C. 2663. C. 2663, just as they arrived outside. A large wave of sand and dust swept over and engulfed them within. At the same time, violent gusts of wind accompanied the unceasing lightning strikes. "I'm going to meet up with the White Phoenix." Little Lizzie said to Qin Xiang, "Be careful." Little Lizzie was also a woman that he liked a lot. Back then, many things had happened between him and little Lizzie. "You have to be careful yourself," little Lizzie gently warned him. After little Lizzie left, Qin Xiang immediately sensed his presence and went to look for the great landlord. "Great landlord, what's going on?" Qin Xiang transmitted to the great landlord. "This should be the order of natural law, divine lord, if not heaven wasteland aristocratic family would not go all out. Other than that, there are still some remnants of the evil G. Oh, D Mountain," the great landlord replied. "Of course, these are not the strongest. I am more worried about the Celestial Squad right now." Hearing this name, Qin Xiang knew that this was a very strong killing array. "Where is the Celestial Squad?" Qin Xiang anxiously asked. "I'll go get it." "I don't know. I just sensed a trace of an aura, and this Celestial Squad is circulating. If we don't stop it, the true Heavenly Dragon City will be destroyed, or even the entire natural law world." The great landlord's voice was filled with fear. "Don't they know about the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family? Are they still fighting here? If that formation is activated, they will die as well." Qin Xiang was panicking. Such a powerful killing array, if he did not stop it, even if he managed to survive, the people here would all die. They definitely know, but the natural law divine lord must have promised them that he would protect them before the gate opened. The great landlord said, "Right now I'm being held up by these 3 Dao Ji. Oh yes, quickly think of a way to destroy the Celestial Squad, or else we'll all be dead." Qin Xiang had originally planned to have a big battle here, but now he had more important things to do, so he quickly teleported to the Hundreds of Flowers village and went to Shui Xianxian's small villa. "Isn't there a great battle outside?" Shui Xianxian asked. "Do you want to borrow the array disc?" "No, it's big trouble." At this time, Qin Xiang was also very nervous, because he did not know when the Celestial Squad would open, and anxiously said, "Great Landlord said that a very powerful Celestial Squad is opening, but I do not know when it will attack. That Celestial Squad is extremely terrifying. It can exterminate the entire natural law world." Hearing Qin Xiang's words, and seeing how nervous Qin Xiang and the rest were, Shui Xianxian and the rest felt the same way. They had a deep understanding of formations, so they believed that it was not a lie. As long as there was enough energy to maintain the operation of the Great Formation, destroying a world was not an empty thing. It was something that could happen very easily. "Do you have any way of finding where the Celestial Squad is?" Qin Xiang anxiously asked, while at the same time Shui Xianxian, Dongfang Xinyue, and Dongfang Jing took out a disc. On it was a golden pointer. The needle was spinning rapidly. Lu Menger said, "Usually, if you want to destroy the entire natural law world, there are only 2 places that can be used as the core of the formation, namely the core of the earth and the core of the sky." Of course, the great landlord himself might not know. He only sensed the movement caused by the circulation of the Celestial Squad, and was not necessarily aiming to destroy the world, but it is definitely aimed at the Heavenly Dragon City. Lu Menger was very calm at the moment. She looked at Shui Xianxian and the others and said, "Right now they're using the 3 perception discs to locate the location of the Celestial Squad." Su Yuqing also closed her eyes at this time and used her unique power of curse to sense the surroundings. "Relax, we still have time. The Celestial Squad still needs to store energy, and this process will take a while. Furthermore, during the process of storing energy, no matter how well you hide, there will still be movement." Lu Menger saw that Qin Xiang was nervous and immediately said. Qin Xiang nodded. Lu Menger continued, "The formation plates Xianxian and the others are using can feel the formation array that is currently circulating between heaven and earth. If there really is a formation that is capable of destroying the world operating, it means that the formation is absorbing a great amount of energy from the heaven and earth. It must be detected by the 3 formation plates above. Chunxiang could only see that the pointers on the 3 formation plates were spinning rapidly, but they would occasionally pause. Lu Menger held his hand tightly, letting him calm down while he stared at the 3 array discs. Not long later, the golden needle of the 3 formation discs suddenly stopped, pointing in the same direction. "Have you confirmed the location?" Lu Menger asked. "I've confirmed that killing formation has already been in operation for an hour. It is located high up in the sky and is quite far from here. However, once it is completely activated, this place will definitely be destroyed." Dongfang Xinhua said, "Take it. We have already set up the array disk. As long as you follow the needle, it will be fine. If the 3 array disks don't have the same pointer." Right after Dongfang Xinhua finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, Qinxiang called them into the Yao Mountain Villa and then teleported in that direction. "Can you determine the direction of the array disk inside?" Qinxiang asked. "All right. As long as you approach that place, the array disk in our hands will have a great reaction. When we leave, we'll be able to determine where we're at." Lu Mengyu said. Chunxiang followed the direction he was moving in and teleported more than 10 times. Xue Xianxian, who was inside the Yao Mountain Villa, anxiously shouted, "It's near here. There are 3 guys of the Daoji, D stage here. Don't come out yet." Chunxiang said in a serious tone, "We'll talk about it after I get rid of them." Chunxiang said that he wanted to get rid of the Daoji, D stage experts, and the 3 of them at that. This caused Xue Xianxian and the other girls to be extremely shocked, thinking that Qinxiang actually had such strength. No, there's something wrong with the 3 auras. They're fighting right now. Qinxiang was shocked. He never thought that there would be people fighting here. "Who is it?" "The only people with the Dao Ji. Decultivation were the great landlord, Elder Wan, and elder sister Shaoling. Could it be?" Qinxiang already had an answer in his heart. The one fighting here was the heaven poison divine spirit, Du Shaoling. Du Xiaoling's divine aura was normally very weak, to the point of it not leaking out, so Qinxiang was not very familiar with it, but he still had a little impression of it, and was able to feel Du Xiaoling's aura just now. Qinxiang immediately teleported over, and at the same time, used the counterpower to make himself invisible. Du Xiaoling was definitely fighting with someone else, and going over silently was definitely the most advantageous thing. Just as he walked over, Qinxiang heard a cold shout. "Little sister, you've betrayed our father." It was a woman's voice. Qinxiang was shocked that Du Xiaoling actually had a father. He had thought that Du Xiaoling was a little special at first, although she was a pet. One and cute girl that looked gentle and kind. She knew a lot more than Yuanfeng, the proper natural law divine spirit. So Du Xiaoling had always been very mysterious in Qinxiang's eyes. See 2664. See 2664. Elder sister Shaoling has a father? Who is her father? Qinxiang asked in his heart. He had already seen Du Xiaoling. She was currently floating in mid-air, facing the palms of 2 average-looking, white-clothed women. One look was enough to tell that Du Xiaoling was being suppressed. It was 1 against 2, and those 2 women looked stronger than Du Xiaoling, as if they had a way to suppress Du Xiaoling's poison. Otherwise, Du Xiaoling wouldn't use his own strength to fight against them. He would definitely use poison. Ibdu, I have never seen a father who uses such despicable means against his own daughter. After having controlled my soul for so many years, wasn't it enough for him to harm me? All these years, it's been like I'm living in hell. Du Xiaoling's voice was filled with anger. Qinxiang had already guessed who Du Xiaoling's father was. To actually be natural law divine lord. So what? He gave birth to you. So if he wants you to die, you have to die. Furthermore, you are still alive right now, and you even obtained such powerful strength. A lady in white said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. You and I both know this very well. I don't have any blood relation to him at all. It can be seen from my personality." Du Shaoling said, "Since I was young, I have never admitted that he was my father. He clearly knows that I don't like to do things, yet he let me do them on purpose. He even wanted to kill me time and time again. I instead feel that I'm the daughter of his enemy, and treating me like this. Of course, you are his daughters. Your characters are very similar, and he is very good to all of you. Otherwise, they would have left you here and tortured you for countless years." Humph! The two lady in white's hearts were enraged. They instantly used force. Du Xiaoling's mouth revealed traces of blood. Although it was a clash of palms, it was a test of one's own Dao power. Du Xiaoling versus 2, obviously much weaker. "Even if I die, don't even think about leaving. How about I make a bet with you guys and see if your father can open the Celestial Squad?" Du Xiaoling suddenly revealed a smile. "Do you think you can still leave? Even though I am unable to defeat all of you, I can still delay you for a period of time." "SLUT, quickly stop." A lady in white felt her palm holding Du Xiaoling tightly together, and furthermore, her entire body could not move. She could only circulate the energy in her body to fight Du Xiaoling. "What is it? Anxious? You guys know how ruthless that guy is, right?" Du Xiaoling laughed. "Didn't you say that earlier? Even if he wants you to die, you have to die obediently. What he said just now was so nice. Why are you afraid now?" In the face of death, who wouldn't be afraid? Especially someone with such a top-notch strength and high status. He was extremely afraid of death. "Elder sister, Xiaoling, how do I make my move?" Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to Du Xiaoling. He did not want to be buried alongside the two daughters of the natural law divine lord, not to mention that there were so many people in the heavenly dragon city. "Just use your sword to look at their heads." Du Xiaoling replied with a light smile. "I knew you would come. That's why I dragged them out. You didn't let me down." "Hee, elder sister Xiaoling, you are also crafty now." Chun Xiang laughed. He was already behind the two women. "Was I stupid in your eyes before?" Du Xiaoling said. Chun Xiang, who was using the counter-power invisibility, was not discovered in the slightest, and even Du Xiaoling did not know where he was located. This caused Du Xiaoling to be extremely shocked. "Stupid girl, hurry." A white-clothed female had her head chopped off by Chun Xiang before she could finish speaking. Chun Xiang had chopped off 2 heads at once and threw them into the chuangs. HI+G. "Oh, D-furnace!" Du Xiaoling bellowed, her palm surging with scorching power, burning the 2 bodies. "Elder sister Xiaoling, you aren't stupid at all. You're cute, beautiful, and very smart." Chun Xiang laughed. "Little scoundrel, don't try to be mean with me. I have stayed in hundreds of Flowers Village for so many years, so I know that you have done many good deeds." Du Xiaoling laughed. "I really didn't expect you to be so daring in my little house." Chun Xiang immediately coughed twice. "How do I get rid of the Celestial Squad?" Du Xiaoling looked up in the sky and fiercely struck out with his palm into the air. A streak of white light flashed out and struck the thick clouds that covered the entire sky. The white light struck the clouds, causing them to explode. The thick clouds were also scattered by the power. All right. Just as Du Xiaoling finished speaking, his expression changed. "Nothing's good. The clouds have gathered again." Chun Xiang immediately let Xue Xianxian and the others out. It really is the Celestial Squad. Xue Xianxian's expression became serious. "Do you know how to break it?" At this time, the clouds are already gray. If it is completely black, then the power of annihilation will descend. As long as the area is covered by the black clouds, all living beings will be slaughtered. Du Xiaoling was also getting anxious. The core of the formation isn't here. We're just very close to it right now. Lu Meng'er said, "Where is the heart of the formation?" Du Shaoling looked around. Separated by S-P-A-C. The core of the array is hidden in that S-P-A-C, and that is also where the base of the array is. If the base and core of the array is not destroyed, then the destructive power will continue to condense. Xue Xianxian looked at Qin Xiang. "Husband, you know about the power of S-P-A-C. "I'll try." Qin Xiang immediately gave it a try, closed his eyes, and released a powerful spatial energy to investigate. A moment later, he opened his eyes. I sensed it. There is a barrier around that S-P-A-C. If we were to attack from outside, I'm afraid that it would not be easy to destroy it. Then enter. You will definitely be able to enter that S-P-A-C, right? Du Shaoling said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. I will go in first if I am unable to solve it myself. I will come out to look for you guys. With that, he used the white tiger to jump in, causing Lu Meng'er to stomp her feet in anger. Of course, she knew that Qin Xiang would go in by himself, but she was also worried that some accident might happen to them. Qin Xiang entered the S-P-A-C used to lay the array foundation. Upon entering, a powerful force attacked him, and just as he felt the qi, his entire body was in extreme pain. The current him, his physical body was already strong enough, but just that aura alone was enough to cause intense pain to his entire body. From this, it could be seen how powerful that energy was. So powerful! Qin Xiang hurriedly took out his 6 realms mirrors to protect himself. You are Qin Xiang, right? After cultivating the heavenly alchemy, you should have a complete heavenly alchemy. After a voice was transmitted over, a middle-aged man dressed in black appeared in front of Qin Xiang. The middle-aged man emitted a black qi. He looked very similar to the black hair's human. Who are you? Qin Xiang took a few steps back. This person's aura was extremely scary and was filled with an evil aura which filled Qin Xiang's heart with fear. Who am I? I am the natural law divine lord. The middle-aged man sneered. Of course, this is only one of my clones. Do you suddenly feel that you're very insignificant? C. 2665. C. 2665 Qin Xiang looked at the middle-aged man. A burst of fear involuntarily rose in his heart. The fact that the natural law divine lord's clone was here meant that the celestial squad was set up by him. Just now. Didn't you see me kill your 2 daughters? Qin Xiang suddenly asked. The powerful clone of the natural law divine lord was inside. He must be able to see what was happening outside. Of course. I am very angry that you killed them, but they will not die in vain. I will soon send you down to meet them. Natural law divine lord only laughed sinisterly, his entire being devoid of emotion. Indeed, it was as Du Shaoling had said. All these so-called children were merely tools in the eyes of the natural law divine lord. What? Are you trying to say that I have no feelings for you? Natural law divine lord seemed to be able to hear what Qin Xiang was thinking. Isn't it? Qin Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He had told himself that he must not continue to be afraid. Otherwise, he would not even have the strength to fight, and his fighting spirit would be extinguished. Feelings. What was the use of such a thing? I can't become stronger either. Previously, it was precisely because of this that I was tied down by this that I suffered many setbacks and suffered great pain. Now that I've abandoned this kind of thing, my strength has gotten stronger and stronger. Natural law divine lord suddenly laughed out wildly. It seems like you are someone who has feelings for others, so you have a lot of weaknesses. The celestial squad will open very soon, and you are unable to leave this place. Once the celestial squad opens, all of your friends and relatives will die, haha. Yet you survived. This caused his heart to be extremely worried. If he was unable to stop the circulation of the celestial squad, then all his friends and family members around him would all die. What is it? Is it painful to think of them dying? Seeing Qin Xiang's expression, natural law divine lord laughed again. You should have your own beloved woman, but they died very quickly. Why are you doing this? Chun Xiang asked coldly. You are the natural law divine lord, and you are the one in charge of this world. Why are you destroying this world now? This world has lost control, so I have to destroy it before creating a new world that I can completely control. Although it has lost control, I have to say that this world is developing very well, but this is of no use to me. I cannot draw strength from it. Natural law divine, Lord's expression changed, becoming incomparably sinister. You brought this upon yourselves. Of course, if you want me to stop this celestial squad, there is still another possibility, and that is to hand over all of the heavenly alchemy. Hand over the heavenly alchemy, then we can stop the celestial squad. I have to say, Qin Xiang was indeed tempted just now. However, he did not believe that the natural law divine lord, even if he were to hand over the heavenly alchemy, the natural law divine lord would definitely continue to operate the celestial squad, because he had just said that this world was not under his control. He wanted to destroy it. Will feelings really become my shackles? Is it really painful for me? Chun Xiang asked himself in his heart. When he was young, his father encouraged him and helped him. Even though he couldn't cultivate, he was very encouraging to him, and there was also Xue Xianxian, who never left him, even if he was Traz. Plus, he also met his friends and loved ones who grew up with him. They had walked the same path with him for many years, filling up his life. In order for them to not be harmed, he continued to grow stronger. No, feelings are what motivates me. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's second divine sense, Si, jolted, and the days of heavenly beast began to howl. I still have the second divine sense, Si. Chen Xiang, who was originally afraid of the natural law divine lord, suddenly had high fighting spirit. His second divine sense, Si, did not allow him to fear the ruthless heavenly Tao in front of him. People without emotions should not be able to withstand a single blow from him. They shouldn't be afraid. What, have you thought it through? This is the only path you can take now, and you should know it well enough. The natural law divine, Lord said. Yes. Qin Xiang's current fear had completely disappeared. As he spoke, his face even had a hint of a faint smile, and this caused natural law divine, Lord, to be unable to fathom what he had just heard. Then, hand over the heavenly alchemy. The natural law divine, Lord said. No. Oh, didn't you think it through? This is your only path. Do you want to see your family and friends die? Natural law divine, Lord frowned, the aura around his body becoming even stronger. I have another way. Qin Xiang sensed the powerful aura coming from that person, but he was still not afraid. This caused natural law divine, Lord, to be secretly shocked. What other way do you have? Natural law divine, Lord felt that something was amiss. Just kill you. Qin Xiang said. Huh. When the natural law divine, Lord heard him, he raised his head and laughed loudly. You puny little human, you want to kill me, a high and mighty natural law divine Lord. Even if this is just a clone of mine, it would be easy for me to kill you with a raise of my hand. Yet you want to kill me? Of course, this is indeed another path. However, I am unable to take it. Ha ha. Give up and quickly hand over the heavenly alchemy. It will be completed very soon. The celestial squad was indeed still in circulation, continuously condensing its energy. Qin Xiang had to make the best use of his time. Just as natural law divine, Lord was laughing loudly, Qin Xiang suddenly attacked. His left arm flashed with a white light, and suddenly a whistling sound came out, filled with killing intent. Natural law divine, Lord felt the killing intent, and knew that Qin Xiang was serious. Just as he was about to teach Qin Xiang a lesson, his chest suddenly felt pain, and Qin Xiang instantly appeared in front of him. Roar! Qin Xiang's fist made contact with natural law divine Lord's chest. The tiger's roar exploded, releasing a burst of black killing intent that pierced through natural law divine Lord's chest and came out from his back. You get lost. Natural Law Divine Lord was immediately enraged as the aura around him exploded, sending Chen Xiang flying. At the same time, there was Y hole on his chest. Although Chen Xiang had created a big hole in his body, Natural Law Divine Lord was not injured at all, and the Y hole was still slowly being repaired. Azure Dragon, White Tiger. When Natural Law Divine Lord saw Chen Xiang's arm go white and blue, he was immediately surprised. I never thought that you would actually cultivate such a powerful thing. Natural Law Divine Lord laughed coldly. Her eyes suddenly flashed, releasing 2 rays of light that transformed into 2 fire dragons that rushed out and wrapped Chen Xiang up in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will torture you well. After Natural Law Divine Lord finished speaking, Chen Xiang's body trembled, and an azure light exploded out of his right arm. C. 2666. C. 2666 Natural Law Divine Lord never thought that Chen Xiang would be able to struggle free from his power. Your clone isn't that strong. As Chen Xiang spoke, he had already appeared behind the Natural Law Divine Lord, and a small seal appeared on his right arm that was glowing with a green light. That's the Emperor Seal. Just as he took out the Emperor Seal, the 6 heavenly beasts of the second divine sense, C, suddenly roared in unison and started absorbing the energy released by Chen Xiang's ancient code and mysterious gate. Chen Xiang controlled the profound door to continuously surge out primitive Tao Power S, and then, through the 10 levels of profound doors, it strengthened and transformed. Finally, it flowed into the second divine sense C, and was absorbed by the heavenly beast within the second divine sense C. The heavenly beast was absorbing the converted primitive Tao power, becoming exceptionally strong, and Chen Xiang controlled the heavenly beast to attach itself to his body. In this way, he would be able to obtain even stronger power. Currently, he possessed the body of a 6 beasts, and with the addition of the Emperor Seal, his power would be extremely terrifying. The Azure Dragon inside the Emperor Seal had said the stronger one's own strength was, the more they would be able to unleash the might of the Emperor Seal. When Natural Law Divine Lord saw the seal, he could not help but be shocked, as if he knew the origins of the seal. This is the Emperor Seal. When the Natural Law Divine Lord finished speaking, a green light surged out of Chen Xiang's Emperor Seal, and with the sound of the green dragon howler, it instantly pierced through the Natural Law Divine Lord's body. Boo! The SPAC was torn apart, and the Celestial Squad was destroyed. Boo! At the same time as the SPAC was torn apart, the Emperor Seal's power continued to rampage, sending Chen Xiang flying. As for the Natural Law Divine Lord, when he was struck by the power, he had already been torn to shreds. The 6 beasts' power cannot be easily used. Chen Xiang was sent flying, and both his divine sense C and body suffered heavy injuries. This was also the result of him using the 6 beasts' power by force. His flesh was the most severely injured, and all the bones in his body were shattered. Du Shaoling and the others waited outside for a while before feeling the SPAC shattering. Then a burst of green light flashed, and Chen Xiang flew out at that time. Chen Xiang is injured. Du Shaoling could feel that Chen Xiang's qi was very weak. She immediately flew over and caught the injured Chen Xiang. At this time, Chen Xiang was also unconscious. What exactly happened inside? Why is he so injured? Xue Xianxian saw that all the skin on Chen Xiang's body had been ripped apart. His heart aching, he bit his lips. Du Shaoling also took out some medicinal liquid and applied it onto Chen Xiang's body. When it exploded a moment ago, she sensed a familiar aura, so she wasn't sure if it was real or not. It's a good thing that he has a strong recovery ability. His life is fine, but it will take a long time for him to recover completely. Du Xiaoling's medicinal liquid quickly recovered the wounds on his skin and muscles, while the injuries on his body slowly recovered. Without the threat of the Celestial Squad, Du Shaoling was much more at ease. I will follow you back to the hundreds of Flowers Village. Du Shaoling, Xue Xianxian, and the others brought Chen Xiang back to the hundreds of Flowers Village, then called Feng Yujie and the others over to let them refine the finished healing pellet, so Qin Xiang could recover quickly. Following that, Du Shaoling also left Heavenly Dragon City to partake. 1. P8 in the battle. Du Shaoling was very strong, and adding that she had used poison, it was even more terrifying. With her help, it made many people feel much more relaxed. The unconscious Chen Xiang was currently in the second divine sense sea, looking at the 6 beasts, feeling very upset in his heart. It seems that I still overestimated myself and easily used your power. Qun Xiang said, actually, with your current level of strength, you can be considered to be very strong. We've also become stronger because we devoured your power that was too strong, but your body couldn't bear it. The green dragon said, all right, looks like I'll have to continue strengthening my physical body in the future. Chen Xiang looked at the green dragon and laughed. He had 2 green dragons on him. One of them was the primordial azure dragon, and the one in the divine sense sea, the one in the other generation, was also very strong. Although Qin Xiang did not partake. 1. P8 in the battle outside, he made the celestial squad stop working, and even engaged the natural law divine, Lord's avatar, to kill him. His battle was the most important thing. Otherwise, the natural law world would be destroyed. Sai, I need to sleep for now. I don't know when my body will be able to recover, and my soul will be severely damaged. I need to be careful next time. Qun Xiang closed his eyes as his soul slept within the second divine sense sea. Divine sense sea, who was sleeping, suddenly smelled a sweet smell. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was immersed in a bath, and the water was bright gold. Waves of faint, golden mist leaked out from the water. So comfortable! Qun Xiang gasped in admiration. At this time, he looked through the golden mist and saw 2 beautiful faces. Shueying. And there's even a beautiful immortal. Qin Xiang could not help but be shocked, and they had both closed their eyes now. They were soaking together with him here, and they were not wearing clothes, their upper bodies exposed. Ji Meixian possessed the bloodline of the undying bird, and Shueying was a phoenix, so both of them had extremely strong regenerative abilities in their blood. Qin Xiang immediately understood what was going on. In order to let him recover a little stronger, they had teamed up to help him heal his injuries. You're finally awake. Shueying suddenly opened his eyes, laughed softly, and then threw himself into Qin Xiang's embrace. Ji Meixian also opened his eyes and smiled at Qin Xiang. After that, he got up and was about to walk out of the bath, but he was stopped by Qin Xiang. What are you doing? Ji Meixian's heart suddenly jumped. She knew Qin Xiang's character, and she had also done many intimate things with him before. Those were her sweet memories. It's already like this. Do you still want to leave? Qin Xiang laughed and suddenly pulled Ji Meixian over. You don't remember? You were once my little maid. Come, serve your master well. Ji Meixian was brought over by Qin Xiang, and he felt a hand roaming around her body randomly, causing her face to turn red. Shueying patted Qin Xiang's head and pouted. Little scoundrel, you've only just recovered and you're already playing tricks on me. It was you guys who helped me recover, so I have to thank all of you. Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. Just like this, Shueying and Ji Meixian began to entangle themselves in the bath. For hours later, Qin Xiang and the 2 girls finished dressing and walked out of the bathroom, only to see Du Shaoling sitting in the hall. Elder sister Shaoling, why are you here? When Qin Xiang thought back to how there was such a big commotion in the bathroom, his face reddened. He did not expect Du Shaoling to be outside. Shueying and Ji Meixian's faces were also flushed red. This is my territory, of course I'm here. Du Shaoling laughed tenderly. You guys know shame too. Du Shaoling walked over and pointed at Qin Xiang's head with the jade. You little scoundrel, You always like to do this kind of thing in my place. This. I don't know. Chun Xiang scratched his head and laughed. Elder sister Shaoling, I'm sorry. I didn't want to invite you to join. I made you angry. You little scoundrel. Du Shaoling snorted and stomped her foot on Chun Xiang. See, 2667. See, 2667 Shuiying and Ji Meixian couldn't help but laugh coquettishly as they held each other's hand and quickly walked out of the small hall. Du Shaoling stuck his tongue out at Chun Xiang, then asked him to sit down. After sitting down, Chun Xiang asked, Elder sister Shaoling, how long have I been unconscious for? It's only been a little more than 10 years. Du Shaoling poured something for Chun Xiang to drink. It's been more than 10 years. Chun Xiang was shocked and immediately drank the black wine to suppress his shock. I'm fine. If not for those two girls, it might have taken even longer for you to recover. Du Shaoling said, Those girls from hundreds of Flowers Village are worried to death about you, little scoundrel. Chun Xiang chuckled. Elder sister Shaoling, you must be worried about me too. Of course Du Shaoling was worried, but she didn't admit it. No, it's just that Qinlian and Ziqian are always bothering me, telling me to think of a way. Oh, right, Chun Xiang. What happened inside that caused you to be injured so badly? I've examined your body carefully, but I never thought that your body would be so strong, much stronger than mine, yet you still received such injuries. Du Shaoling was very curious about this. Du Shaoling asked Chun Xiang seriously, but Chun Xiang laughed mischievously. Elder sister Shaoling, then wouldn't you have seen all of me? This is not fair. I want to see you back. Be more serious. Although Du Shaoling looked small and exquisite, gentle and kind, but when she was angry she could not be easily provoked. Now, she was pinching Chun Xiang's ears, making him cry out in pain. Aren't we still going to meet that heartless father of yours? No, it's that guy's clone. Chun Xiang said. Has he reappeared during these past 10 years? That guy is too powerful. Really? No wonder I sensed a trace of his aura. Du Shaoling frowned. She felt that Chun Xiang being able to survive the one he met, it was already very powerful. He never appeared again. Moreover, the Heaven Wasteland aristocratic family was already destroyed by Long Jiuxiao and the entire dragon clan. The heavenly evil world had also changed a lot. Their Tao energy no longer contained any evil spirit force. They have now merged into the natural law world and have developed very smoothly. Du Shaoling said, That's good. Chun Xiang took a sip of that black liquid. How did you destroy the celestial squad? Let alone you. Even I am not his match. Yet you are actually able to destroy the celestial squad in front of him. Du Shaoling said, I killed his doppelganger, or there would be no hope. Chun Xiang thought back to that strike of his and couldn't help but feel pain in his body. Of course, he felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to unleash that kind of power. Du Shaoling was startled, then shook his head. That's impossible. How are you able to destroy his clone? Chun Xiang laughed. If it's not like this, how can you be so safe for the past 10 years? Du Shaoling still could not believe it. But are you really that strong? Right now, you're only at the first stage of the Tao sovereign realm. Chun Xiang laughed. Didn't you carefully look at my body? You said it earlier. My physical body is much stronger than yours. Elder sister Shaoling, don't underestimate me. I am powerful. Humph, little scoundrel. Consider yourself strong. Du Shaoling could only believe in Chun Xiang's words, but he could not use common sense to judge Chun Xiang's strength. After Chun Xiang woke up, he strolled around the hundreds of Flowers Village, entangled with all kinds of beauties for over 10 days before finally going to find the great landlord. Now, the great landlord had also moved to the Heavenly Dragon City. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon City was getting bigger and bigger, and there were already 5 city walls. Master, you're here too. Chun Xiang was looking for the great landlord, but he saw that Huang Jintian was there too. Your master is A.G. Oh, D-operator, I knew you would come here today. Huang Jintian laughed. Then, Master, do you know when Tengu will come? Chun Xiang asked. He did not know if he had missed this chance in the past 10 years. There are still 2 more days. It's about time for you to wake up. Of course, if we miss it, we'll only have to wait another 10 years. Huang Jintian said. Wan Yuxiong also dared to come over. He wanted to discuss going to Divine Wasteland with Qin Xiang. 5 more days. Qin Xiang was shocked. Isn't this too fast? Great Landlord said. Yes, with your current strength, you should be able to go. I plan to stay here forever. Why? Qin Xiang asked. The environment above Divine Wasteland is not suitable for me. My heart is already old, and I don't have that determination anymore. Great Landlord sighed. I've lived long enough, I don't know when I'll die. Wan Yuxiong had already decided to go with Chen Xiang. He still had many concerns in the Divine Wasteland. Prepare yourselves. In 5 days we will depart, Great Landlord said. Yuan Feng originally wanted to go, but since they found out about some things in Divine Wasteland from Elder One, they didn't dare go, ha. Qin Xiang wandered around Heavenly Dragon City for 2 days, talking with his old friends Long Jiu Xiao and Yun Xiaodao. Then he would head to that island to find Shen Tianhu and drink with his father, chat and bid him farewell. In the last 10 days, Qin Xiang had also gone through sweet nothings with her in the hundreds of Flowers Village, and she had become extremely crazy. Now that they knew Qin Xiang was about to leave, although they were not too far away in their hearts, they were already prepared for it, since it had always been like this. This time when Qin Xiang went, he did not even bring Chu Hongqing or Yang Xiangyin with him. Previously, when he was injured, the Yu Yao mountain villa was affected and more than half of them were destroyed. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario while heading to Divine Wasteland. If he met with the worst-case scenario, he would be able to run away with his soul intact. When Chen Xiang returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village, he found out that Bai Yuyu was looking for him and he immediately rushed over. Chun Xiang came to Bai Yuyu's residence and called out from outside. Sister Yuyu, what are you looking for me for? What else can happen? Bai Yuyu stood behind him and pulled Qin Xiang's hand as he entered his room. Qin Xiang was dragged into the house, her heart thumping wildly, only to see Bai Yuyu wearing a purple muslin that was faintly discernible on her jade body, her long legs, broad chest, and beautiful small waist, all covered in a purple muslin that was filled with endless temptation. What was even more frightening was that the person with such a seductive body was a very cold and beautiful woman. Qin Xiang sat on a chair and looked at Bai Yuyu's cold and beautiful face. She suddenly revealed a smile, although it was a faint smile, but it was filled with allure. Previously, Chen Xiang had experienced the extreme charm of Bai Yuyu's concealment, but now Bai Yuyu revealed it completely. Humph! You didn't come looking for me for the next 10 days or so, you little scoundrel. For the next 2 days, you're mine. There was a trace of gentleness in Bai Yuyu's voice, and she couldn't help but carry her into the room. After so many years, both of them had finally succeeded. After 2 days, Bai Yuyu was also very satisfied. She leaned on Qin Xiang's chest and asked softly, I really want to go to Divine Wasteland with you. Can't you really take me with you? No, Sister Yuyu. You don't need to worry. We'll meet again very soon. Qin Xiang crawled up from the bed. At this time, the sky was gradually getting darker as the sun started to rise. See 2668. See 2668. Qin Xiang bid farewell to the woman inside the hundreds of Flowers Village, and then proceeded towards the Heavenly Dragon City. He bid farewell to everyone, and left with Wan Yuxiong, Great Landlord, Long Jiu Xiao, and Huang Jintian. To reach the Divine Wasteland, one would need to be at the center of the Natural Law Divine Realm. Now that the Natural Law Divine Realm had merged with the Heavenly Evil World, it would take a long time to reach the center. In the center, in the place where the 2 worlds intersected, Chen Xiang controlled the 6 realms' mirrors. After more than 2 hours, He finally arrived at this place. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark. Great Landlord and Wan Yuxiong looked at the sky and said, "There's still time. Wait for the few of us to work together and open a spatial tunnel here. I should be able to do it myself. I don't need any effort from you all." Chun Xiang said. His spatial energy was very strong, so he felt that there was no problem. Although you can do it yourself, it will take a lot of energy. So let us do it. This way, when you go to Divine Wasteland, you will have a certain amount of power. The Great Landlord said. Wan Yuxiong nodded at Chun Xiang. Divine Wasteland is much more dangerous than this place. You should know that the people inside the Divine Wasteland are all strong people who can control an entire world, and they can absorb a lot of powerful forces from their own world. All right then. Chun Xiang sat on the 6 realms mirrors and walked over. Great Landlord, Long Jiu Xiao, and the others had started to train. It was already noon, but the world was still covered by darkness, releasing waves of evil qi. Chun Xiang raised his head and looked at the place where the scorching sun had blocked out the sky. There was a crack right there. Why is it that we can only open the way to Divine Wasteland under these stances? Chun Xiang asked. It's mainly because the power of SPAC will become weaker at this time, and the reaction between the world we're in and the Divine Wasteland will be even stronger. Once a very strong power is condensed and sensed in the Divine Wasteland's SPAC, a door will open. The reason it is like this is so that the strong can go to the stronger Divine Wasteland. It is to prevent chaos in this world. Wan Yuxiong pointed to the crack and continued. Chun Xiang, once the crack has opened to a certain extent, you must immediately enter. If you're too slow, you must start from a new beginning, and by the second time, you will need even more strength. Chun Xiang nodded. I understand. He carefully examined the crevice. The crack slowly opened, and after a while it opened wider. Chun Xiang made the 6 realms mirror smaller, so it could fly in at once. Let's go, Chun Xiang said. Take care. If you can come back and visit often. Huang Jintian shouted. Got it. Chun Xiang had already controlled the 6 realms mirrors and instantly entered the crack. After they entered the crevice, Great Landlord and the rest stopped working. They had consumed a lot of energy just now. The 6 realms mirrors was shuttling through the spatial tunnel. It was extremely unstable, and it was vibrating very strongly. If it wasn't for the 6 realms mirrors' powerful protection, Chun Xiang and Wan Yuxiong wouldn't have been able to fly through this sage so easily. Elder Wan, if we go to the Divine Wasteland, we'll probably find him somewhere. Chun Xiang asked. Hard to say. After all, these SPAC aren't things we can control. Wan Yuxiong said, but you don't have to worry. My strength is not that strong in the Divine Wasteland, but I can still protect myself. And you, brat, are also very strong. Nothing will happen to you. Chun Xiang nodded. He was also looking forward to see the Divine Wasteland. Before he came, Lin Shirong had asked him to find her father if he had time, and he agreed. But he didn't go look for him immediately. The 6 realms mirrors suddenly became stable, making Chun Xiang feel much better. He was worried that he would encounter some accidents. Now that's good. We can safely head towards the Divine Wasteland. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't relax. The road to Divine Wasteland is not that simple. Wan Yuxiong said. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, the 6 realms mirrors suddenly started to shake violently, and that protective SHI plus ELD was under an extremely huge pressure. Even though they were inside the 6 realms mirrors, they could still clearly feel it. What's going on? Chun Xiang immediately used his spirit qi and infused it into the 6 realms mirrors, causing its protective SHI plus ELD to strengthen. We have already entered the SPAC domain. The SPAC here is very strong. You can tell from this tyrannical power of SPAC. Wan Yuxiong frowned. Can you hold on to this thing of yours? I don't know yet. I'll try my best to hold on, said. 6 Realms Mirrors was a very strong heavenly artifact, but in Divine Wasteland, it was unknown if it was strong enough. Wan Yuxiong also released an energy S, H-I, plus ELD to cover both him and Qin Xiang. If the 6 Realms Mirrors was unable to hold on, they wouldn't be affected much. The Divine Wasteland spatial energy is terrifying after all. Qin Xiang was horrified. He was an expert in the use of the power of S-P-A-C, but now that he was in the midst of the Divine Wasteland's turbulence, he felt extremely insignificant. Of course, this is the greatest world, the peak of all worlds. Wan Yuxiong said, Elder Wan, I can't hold on any longer. Qin Xiang didn't think much of it before, but the spatial turbulence was much stronger than before. Boom! The 6 Realms Mirrors protective S, H-I, plus ELD suddenly shattered. Qin Xiang anxiously kept the 6 Realms Mirrors into his body. Luckily, he had Wan Yuxiong's protective S, H-I, plus ELD to protect them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. I really didn't expect that after so many years, Divine Wasteland's spatial enchantment would become stronger and stronger. Wan Yuxiong's expression changed and became extremely ugly. Elder Wan. Qin Xiang saw Wan Yuxiong's expression and had a bad premonition. Be careful! Wan Yuxiong suddenly shouted. His energy S, H-I, plus ELD also crumbled. Just as the energy barrier was collapsing, Qin Xiang was sucked away by a surge of energy. Qin Xiang felt his body spinning nonstop, and his surroundings became pitch black. This continued for several days before his eyes suddenly lit up, and then his entire body slammed onto a very hard stone. Qin Xiang's head was thrown down by a strong force, which heavily smashed onto the stone and made him cry out in pain. It should be the Divine Wasteland. This rock is even harder than my face, I can't be wrong. Qin Xiang punched the stone hard in order to shatter it. Although he was separated from Wan Yuxiong in the Pa-S, Sage, the good thing was that he was only carried away by the spatial turbulence. His body was not harmed at all, and he finally arrived at Divine Wasteland. This is the peak of 10,000 worlds. Qin Xiang patted his body and then floated. However, he had only floated for about 3 meters before he was pressed down by a very strong pressure. Can't fly. Could it be that he's the same as the primitive land? Qin Xiang was currently floating under the pressure. Although he could fly, he couldn't fly high, and flying was very difficult. See 2669. See 2669. Qin Xiang also didn't know the reason why. But he didn't tell him that the strong of Divine Wasteland he had swallowed previously didn't have any related memories either. Let's see if I can teleport. Qin Xiang immediately used his spatial energy to teleport, but after teleporting, his surroundings became dark. Arriving at this place made him feel very familiar. He suddenly recalled that this was the chaotic S-P-A-C that he was in before. Sure enough, he was rushed out by a turbulence, and he returned to the place he was previously at. Why is it like this? Qin Xiang sat on the ground, his face full of suspicion. He had used the power of teleportation to return to that Ned place. He thought about it carefully and finally understood that the spatial laws he was using were from the natural law world and not from this Divine Wasteland. Although they were both spatial energy, they had different operating methods, and their laws were different. If he were to use the natural law world spatial laws here, he would only go to the natural law world. It was just that his spatial energy was not strong enough, so he went to the S-P-A-C layer between Divine Wasteland and himself. Right now, all of my spatial energy is extracted from the Dao Ji. Oh, D-Soul, this is my own spatial law. If I want to teleport within the Divine Wasteland, I have to learn the laws here and make my Dao Ji, D-Soul, release the spatial energy that is similar to the laws here. Chunxiang opened his palm and released out a flame. Fortunately, fire can still be used. Looks like the fire laws in Divine Wasteland are no different from other worlds. Chunxiang heaved a sigh of relief. His flames wanted to concoct pills. If he could not use fire, then he would not be able to use it to concoct pills. Now we can only walk. Chunxiang stood up and ran upwards. He raised his head to look at the sky and started running frantically in the direction of the sun. He was in a forest. The trees in this place were very large and strange. The trees had strange shapes and shapes. Some looked like humans or beasts, but they weren't the type that went straight up. Some even had strange trees intertwined together. All of the plants here contain fairly dense Tao energy. It seems that there will be quite a few monsters here. At this time, Chunxiang was also feeling gloomy in the forest, which made him speed up his pace and run wildly. After running for more than 10 days, he finally saw something different. There was a huge mountain up ahead that was several times taller than the mountains around him. Red Mountain. It seems like the plants and rocks on the mountain are all red. I wonder what is the cause of this. At this time, Chunxiang was extremely curious about that mountain, and he started running with full strength. However, when he got closer, he found that the mountain was surrounded by many buildings. All around it were stone buildings of varying sizes. This was not a city because there were no walls, and it was a mess. Although it is not a city, the number of buildings built around the Red Giant Mountain is more than the number of big cities combined. Chunxiang could guess that it was because of the gigantic Red Mountain. After he entered this bustling area, he found out that this place was called the Great Divine Red Region, and the mountain in the middle was called the Great Divine Red Mountain. The Red Mountain was surrounded by a very strong barrier. If one did not enter through the gate, they would not be able to reach the Red Mountain from other places. Through asking around, Chunxiang gained a general understanding of the place. The G.O.D. of Red Mountain was one of the fire sect. There's a fire going on. The green dragon didn't tell me. The green dragon among the Emperor's seal had told him before that the 3 great Taos were the heavenly Tao, the sword Tao, and the original Tao. Although it was also one of the 3 great Taos, it was the heavenly Tao, the fire Tao, and the sword Tao. The fire G.O.D., the Red Mountain, is one of the 5 great gates of the fire G.O.D., the 7 mountains. The fire G.O.D., the Red Mountain, is one of the 9 great sects of the fire G.O.D., and the fire G.O.D., the Red Mountain, is one of the 9 great sections. Chunxiang felt that his luck was good. He had only just arrived in the Divine Wasteland, but he was already able to come to this place. This helped him quickly understand the Divine Wasteland, and along the way, he had not encountered any strong Divine Wasteland beasts. As Chunxiang walked on the street, he felt extremely depressed in his heart. This was because he did not have a thing like the Tao Stone. Of course, as long as there was a huge demand for pills in the Divine Wasteland, he would not have to worry about not having this in the future. Previously, in the natural law divine realm, jade money were the currency. He did not want them. It was just that it was useless to be here now. The Tao Stone was not as useless as the jade money. It still had a lot of uses here, mainly because it could be used to exchange for power of law. As for how to execute it, Chunxiang wasn't too sure. He only got it from the memories. A alchemy master suddenly descended on Grand Red Building and started refining the natural law down there. It is said that he threw more than 10 pills there, and many people fought over them. But after obtaining the alchemy master's pill, it is worth it even if he lost his arm. Don't be so loud. It would be bad if too many people knew about it. All right. Let's go and take a look. Chunxiang Pa S. said by a building. With his sharp hearing, he heard people talking above, and then he waited there for a while. When he saw the 2 of them walk down in a hurry, he quickly followed them. There should be very few people in the Tao of Alchemy. Chunxiang had heard from the dragon in the Emperor's seal that the members of the clan were mysterious and rare. Now that he had met one, Chunxiang was very excited as well. He was able to see for himself how alchemist of the alchemy Tao looked like. He followed the two for more than half a day before reaching the so-called Grand Red Building. This Grand Red Building had 10 floors, and it couldn't be considered to be the tallest building. There were hundreds of people standing under the Grand Red Building. Just by looking at their clothes, one could tell that they were from a lower CLA. S, and all of them were here to pick up natural law DANS. These fellows are all Dao sovereigns or G. Oh, DS. Is there a need to be like this? Qin Xiang also planned to try his luck and see if he could pick it up. He carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that there were quite a few bloodstains. It seemed that the fight for the blood on his head was not an exaggeration. Grandmaster Pill, Dao has appeared, someone suddenly shouted. Qin Xiang immediately looked towards the Grand Red Building, only to see a handsome, white-clothed man standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor. He laughed heartily, because there was an error in the pill refining just now. I can only refine a middle-ranked natural law Dan. I normally will throw away middle-ranked natural law Dan. As he spoke, the man in white threw down the few natural law Dan S in his hands. Right at this moment, Qin Xiang stepped onto the shrinking step and used the change in the firmness within it to make his arm flexible. Then he swung his fist out with great force. C. 2670. C. 2670. What technique is this? Many people who saw this were astonished. There was actually someone who could make their arms grow so much longer. Qin Xiang obtained a natural law Dan and immediately ran. He was worried that he would be ganged up on. Only after running a few streets did Qin Xiang stop. At this time, he was hiding in a small alley and looked at the natural law Dan in his hand. This is a middle-tier natural law Dan. Qin Xiang did not dare believe it because the quality was too poor. The Taoist Emperor Dan he refined with so many crash were much better than this. I don't know what pill this is, but just by looking at it, one can tell it isn't any good pill. Sell it first. Qin Xiang strolled along the street and found a very small medicine store. After he walked in, he took out the pill he had just head and handed it over. Old sir, are you going to take back this pill? When the old man at the counter saw the gray and dull pill in Qin Xiang's palm, his extremely narrow eyes miraculously opened wide, as if he had seen a treasure. Collect. 500 Dao stones. The old man said, so little. Qin Xiang immediately realized that this pill was worth a lot in the eyes of this old man. 600. The old man said again, 800, do you want it or not? As soon as Qin Xiang finished speaking, he regretted it a little. He didn't think that the old man would agree so readily. Here, 800 Dao stones. The old man said Qin Xiang a bag of Dao stones. The Dao stone was the size of a grain of rice, and with a sweep of Qin Xiang's consciousness, he could immediately check it out. It was indeed 800 Dao stones. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that he was at a disadvantage. But what he did not understand was why such a pill breakage was so popular here. Could it be that all of the powerful alchemists here died, and those who are able to concoct that kind of pill-breaking pill are also known as master alchemists? Qin Xiang was very suspicious about this. Of course, that pill was something he had picked up. It could give him 800 Dao stones. That was already quite good, because staying here was only worth 20 Dao stones a day. It was very cheap. Eating something would only be 2 Dao stones. In an inn, Qin Xiang thought back to the pill he had had. It had indeed just been refined and was still warm. But how could a guy known as a great master of pills be able to concoct so many pills of such inferior quality? No matter how he thought about it, he just couldn't understand it. After running for so many days, he was tired and fell asleep very quickly. The next day, he went to Grand Red Building again, and at this time, there were not as many people as yesterday. After asking around, he found out that the pill master did not distribute natural laudanus, so there was no one here. But at this time, many people knew that there was a pill master who came to visit him. Qin Xiang also entered the Grand Red Building. It was very lively here. All the seats for the lower floors were reserved, and the upper floors were very expensive, with 100 Dao stones per day. Motherf asterisk cur. Why does it feel like that Grandmaster Pill Dao is a scammer? But there are too many idiots here. Chun Xiang looked at the people who were drinking and eating here. Most of them were waiting for the alchemy master. According to his inquiries, he knew that if he wanted to meet the Grandmaster, he would have to use even more Dao stones in order to eat with him. He also knew that this quota needed to be auctioned off. He's obviously a liar. Chun Xiang was sure, but he just wondered why the people here would be so easily deceived. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very possible that there were not many powerful alchemists in the place. Chun Xiang did not have that many Dao stones, so he would not by the chance to meet with the Pill Master. At night, Grand Red Building was still very lively. Below Chun Xiang, he could hear the deep and clear laughter of the alchemy master. Chun Xiang used his transformation technique and transformed into a small insect, crawling to the 3rd floor. The window was opened, and as he leaned towards the window, he saw the so-called alchemy master talking and laughing with a few well-dressed middle-aged men. These middle-aged men are all Dao Ji. Oh, DS. It looks like they are a lot stronger than Elder One. Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart, "This guy actually believes in this scammer." The reason they came to look for this alchemist master was mainly to seek pills. Furthermore, they all had the same pill, called Jinyuan Dao Dan, and this was also a natural law Dan. This is the medicine required by the Jinyuan Dao Dan. There are 3 ingredients in total. Master only needs to help me refine one. A red-clothed, middle-aged man laughed. "Don't worry, it'll be completed in 100 days at the earliest." Master is truly incredible. He was able to master it within 10 days, as expected of a grandmaster from the way of pills. The middle-aged man hurriedly praised. Chun Xiang discovered that all of them had brought 3 sets of Jinyuan Dao Dan as medicinal ingredients with them, and only requested to refine one of them. This is so profitable. Furthermore, 10 days for one pill. Just what kind of pill is this? It's very difficult to concoct. Chun Xiang was extremely curious at this time. The Pill Dao was also sending those people off, and the medicinal ingredients were still on the table. Chun Xiang immediately went in. The Jinyuan Dao Dan only requires 2 sets of medicinal herbs. These are the golden ginseng and the unknown golden fruit. Chun Xiang looked at them and then quickly took out a drop of juice from the 2 different medicinal herbs to store before quickly leaving. Chun Xiang returned to the tavern and took out the juice. After that, he entered the Yu Yao mountain villa and poured the juice into the soil, watering the world D spring. They should be able to grow it soon, but I wonder what its uses are. Chun Xiang patiently waited inside. In order to increase his speed, he even added in the condensed-out spirit pearls. Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin were not in here, so he felt a little lonely. He really hoped that he could find a way to return to the divine wasteland quickly and freely, so that he could return from time to time to visit Natural Law World's old friends. The next morning, Chun Xiang saw a fruit tree, as well as a mature golden ginseng. He took the seed from the golden ginseng and grew it. It seems that the quality of the golden ginseng is relatively low, so it can quickly mature. It should be a high-grade emperor rank medicinal ingredient. This fruit tree actually needs a bit of time. As Chun Xiang's cultivation increased, his ability to grow the divine spring of worlds DS increased by a lot. Today he had once again arrived outside the Grand Red Building. There were many people waiting here, because that master had thrown away his natural law Dan yet again. Another pill like that? What kind of pill is that? Although Chun Xiang had had 1 pellet and even sold it, he still could not figure it out. This time, Chun Xiang managed to another pellet, and because of this, he was chased for over 10 streets. It's good to have long hands. Chun Xiang walked into the shop, and when the old man saw him, his eyes lit up. "Lad, are you here to sell Jinyuan Dao Dan again?" The old man chuckled. Qin Xiang was startled. The gray pill in his hand was actually the Jinyuan Dao Dan. See 2671. See 2671 until now. Qin Xiang still did not know what use the Jinyuan Dao Dan had. The same price as last time, 800. How about it? The old shopkeeper said. No problem, but can you tell me what's the use of these Jinyuan Dao Dan? Qin Xiang asked. You don't even know that. No wonder you sold it to me. The old shopkeeper was a little shocked and said, Sell this Jinyuan Dao Dan to me and I'll tell you right away. I'm worried that you won't sell it to me after I tell you. The quality of the Jinyuan Dao Dan in Qin Xiang's hands were very poor. Even if he knew what it was used for, he would not eat this pellet. Here, you can tell me now. Qin Xiang handed the pellet over to the old man in charge. The old man took it over and scrutinized it carefully, then said with a smile, It's indeed a Jinyuan Dao Dan, not bad. Here are 800 Dao stones. Qin Xiang took the Dao stones, and the old man said slowly, The main function of Jinyuan Dao Dan is to help people cultivate the spirit of the Dao Ji, ODS. In the Dao Ji, D stage, one would mainly need to cultivate to the Dao Ji, D gold body, and the Dao Ji, D soul. In order to break through to the Dao Ji, D stage, one would need to have the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS. The old man said, So that's how it is. Qin Xiang was aware that there was an even higher realm above the Dao Ji, D stage, and it was extremely difficult to reach that level. Right now, there were many people who had yet to break through to the Dao Ji, D stage in this place. Qin Xiang had not stepped into the Dao Ji, D stage yet, but he felt that there were still some medicinal fields. Shopkeeper, I'm only in the Dao sovereign realm right now. Will that help me? Qin Xiang asked. He was not very clear about his future cultivation. Of course there is. You are only at the Dao sovereign realm, but you have already cultivated Dao Ji, D soul. If you start preparing now, it will be easier for you to cultivate spirit of the Dao Ji, DS in the future. The old man said, but its actual usage isn't that great. It's just a little bit of use. Actually, Jinyuan Dao Dan are lower tier pills, especially something like you that looks dark and Una. Summing. This is a very low-ranked pill, if it's gold-colored. It can be sold for 30,000 pills. The old man said, So expensive. The 3 myriad Tao stones should not be much for many rankers here. But why would they ask for other people's help to refine them? Qin Xiang asked, Isn't this still the reason why there are less alchemists? The main reason is because the powerful alchemists are all in the sects of the 3 great Daos, and since they can get an even richer reward from there, they rarely appear in these places. The old man sighed. The moment alchemist appears, many people will welcome him. Qin Xiang finally understood that it was monopolized by the big powers. He had encountered such situations before. But at that time, although the alchemist did not allow him to sell pills privately, but the big powers would sell themselves. But now, those big powers did not allow alchemists to come out, and he did not want to sell them himself either. This caused the alchemist to rarely go out. Aren't these days going to be tough? Qin Xiang said, Of course it's not so good. If you want more pills, you can only join 3 sects, and these sects are currently very difficult to enter. The heavenly Dao from many years ago was still very easy to enter, but now a threshold has been set. Qin Xiang had heard the Azure Dragon say before that the heavenly Dao could be entered any time. However, that was a heavenly Dao from a long time ago. For example, there are 2 conditions that must be met to enter the Fire Path's divine Red Mountain. The first is to reach the 10th place of Dao Ji, D realm, and cultivate out a spirit of the Dao Ji, DS. The second is to pay the 10 myriad Tao stones as the entrance fee, and then receive 10 myriad Tao stones every year. This condition was indeed very harsh, and exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. He had thought that it would be very easy to enter. Then what about the heavenly Dao and the sword Dao? Qin Xiang asked again. The Dao of the sword is similar to the Dao of fire, but the Tao of the Sword is even more difficult. Not only does one have to cultivate spirit of the Tao Ji, one also has to pass their examinations in the way of the sword. The old man continued, but I have to say, in the path of the sword, one's strength will be much stronger. Amongst those of the same level, the path of the sword will be slightly stronger. Chen Xiang had actually planned to go to the Sword Truth to take a look, then figure out the way to enter the Pill Tao. Manager, what if you want to join the Tao of Alchemy? Chen Xiang had previously understood that it was extremely difficult to join the Tao of Pills, not even at the level of the Azure Dragon. The Tao of Alchemy? That was even more difficult, not to mention needing a certain level of alchemy. He also needed the acknowledgement of the 4 great elders of the alchemy world. Of course, the hardest part is that you have to find a sect in the Tao of Alchemy. The shopkeeper shook his head. That's almost impossible. The path of alchemy is very mysterious, and the legends say that the majority of the people in the Tao of Alchemy are descendants or disciples of the alchemist. Is the alchemist in the alchemy Tao very strong in alchemy? Qin Xiang looked at the Jinyuan Tao Dan in the shopkeeper's hands and asked, Of course. However, I heard that there are many unlucky kids in the Pill Tao, and the master in Grand Red Building could very likely be one of them. As he spoke, the storekeeper lowered his voice and said, Don't say that it was me who said that. It will cause trouble. Qin Xiang nodded, then left the shop and returned to the inn. The Jinyuan Tao Dan's medicinal ingredients are still not bad. I'll try to see if I can refine high-quality ones. Qin Xiang lacked a few Tao stones, so he planned to refine them and sell them. In any world, it's the same. Without money, it's hard to do many things. Since Chen Xiang was refining in his own Yao Mountain Villa, he didn't need to use too much crash. Even if he failed, there wouldn't be much of a ripple, so he was not worried that it would affect his own divine sensi. The Jinyuan Tao Dan only required 2 types of ingredients, a golden ginseng and a golden fruit. Chen Xiang did not know what this was called, but he was confident that he could refine it into a pill. He put these 2 ingredients into the chuangs, Hi plus G. D furnace, and in just half a day he had completed it. The quality isn't low. Is this the natural law, Dan? Qin Xiang looked at the 2 Jinyuan Tao Dan S in his hands. Refining this kind of pellet was not difficult for him at all. It was much easier than refining more pills out of crash. It was just that the output of the pill was a little low. Previously, he had thought that it would be 3 pills, but it was all due to the medicinal ingredients. After refining the Jinyuan Tao Dan, Qin Xiang immediately headed to Grand Red Building. He wanted to confirm if the alchemist from the spirit pill was real. If it was, he wanted to see if he could get the other party to recommend him in. Grand Red Building was still very lively. Qin Xiang originally wanted to go upstairs, but was informed that the upper seats were full. He had to come another day to settle down. Manager, I am also an alchemist, but not a cultivator. I am here to seek advice from this pill master. This is the Jinyuan Tao Dan that I have just refined. Can you help me S it to that master and let him give me some pointers? After Qin Xiang was stopped by the shopkeeper, he took out a Jinyuan Tao Dan and gave it to him. See 2672. See 2672. Everyone on the first floor had sharp ears. After hearing Qin Xiang's words, they saw the Hi plus Ning Jinyuan Tao Dan in his hands and burst into an uproar. At least no one here could refine it. Even the manager of the Grand Red Building felt deep respect for Qin Xiang and hurriedly invited him to go up the stairs. If Grand Red Building could have 2 alchemists, then the business would definitely be better. Just like this, Chen Xiang was brought by the shopkeeper to the 3rd floor, where the great master resided. The shopkeeper was knocking on the master's door when he heard a lazy voice coming from inside. What is it? I am the manager of the Grand Red Building. There is an alchemist who wishes to see you. The manager said. The master did not answer immediately. Qin Xiang and the shopkeeper waited for a while before their voices could be heard. Oh, alchemist? Where does this alchemist come from? I am just a nameless newbie. I learned it myself. I have just refined a high-ranked Jinyuan Daodan, but I feel that I still have some shortcomings. I am here today to ask Master for some pointers. Qin Xiang immediately said. After a while, the Master said, "All right, come in." The door opened, and Qin Xiang walked in, but the moment he did, the door immediately closed. Once inside, Qin Xiang saw a handsome man in white clothes, which was the Master. Qin Xiang immediately took out a Jinyuan Daodan and was going to show it to him. But what this Master did next shocked Qin Xiang. When the Master saw the Jinyuan Daodan that Qin Xiang handed to him, he fell to his knees with a plop. "Master, I'm just a swindler who blundered his way into your territory. Please spare me once. I'll get out of here immediately." The words of this Master caused Qin Xiang to be extremely shocked. Qin Xiang quickly understood that this was indeed a scammer. "I am not some master alchemist at all. I just learned the art of refining pills from an old man that has been around for 100 years. Because I was clumsy, I barely managed to learn how to refine a middle-tier Jinyuan Daodan." The Master looked to be a handsome and elegant man, but he looked like a good-for-nothing and spoke to Qin Xiang with a tearful face. Qin Xiang laughed, then sat on a chair. "I didn't expect you to be so good at acting." Qin Xiang crossed his legs and said, this scammer was still kneeling on the ground, "How much did you earn these past few days?" "Not much, just a few thousand stones a day. These are all given to me by Grand Red Building." "Oh, right, there are still a few dozen batches of Jinyuan Dao Dan's medicinal ingredients. One portion is worth about 8,000 Dao stones. The Jinyuan Dao Danes that I previously threw out, all of their medicinal ingredients were sent by someone else." The scammer hurriedly took out a storage bag. There were roughly 2 myriad Tao stones and many medicinal ingredients inside. "Oh, right. How much is the mid-ranked Jinyuan Dao Dan that you refined worth?" Qin Xiang wanted to know how much he had been tricked by the old shopkeeper. "More than 1,000 pills. I just wanted to stay here for a month, fish out a dozen or 20 myriad Tao stones, and then escape. I never thought that this would be your territory. Please spare me. These are all yours." This swindler was extremely afraid because in his eyes, anyone who was able to refine Jinyuan Daodan was an incredible person. "So, you've been to a lot of places to cheat?" Qin Xiang asked again. He felt that this person could be considered a genius. He should make good use of him. "I went too far. However, things didn't go as well as this time. In the past few years, I have only earned a total of 1,000 myriad Tao stones." Qin Xiang thought for a while, then asked, "What is your name?" "Yi Jiang, Dao Ji, D level 8. "And get up," Qin Xiang said. Yi Jiang was overwhelmed by the favor as he stood up timidly. "Great sir, can you not expose me, or else I will definitely be beaten to death." Yi Jiang said with a bitter face, "I don't dare to do it again." "Don't worry, I won't expose you. However, you must accept one condition from me, and that is to be my follower." Qin Xiang said, "This. How long will it take?" Yi Jiang thought about it and said, 10 years. Qin Xiang said, "Also, you must conclude a contract. You're not allowed to rebel against me within 10 years." "All right," thought for a moment, then nodded his head and agreed. Otherwise, if Qin Xiang caused a ruckus here, he would definitely be unable to leave the Grand Red Building, and in order to protect his life, he would have been a follower for 10 years. Just like this, Qin Xiang made a contract with Yi Jiang, and Yi Jiang shouted as a lord, "Yi Jiang, how many people did you promise to help them refine Jinyuan Daodan?" Qin Xiang asked. "Currently there are 50 people. If I help them refine one, they will give me 2 myriad Tao stones." Yi Jiang said, "It's a pity that I can't refine it myself. I've tried many times. How about this? You continue to act as a pill master, and I will refine the Jinyuan Dao Dan for you. When that time comes, all the Dao stones will belong to me. Qinxiang said, "This. No problem, but it will be completed within a month." "Great, sir, can you settle this?" "These are 50 pills," Yi Jiang said. "I had planned to leave in a few more days." "No problem, just wait. Within this month, you must not engage in any more business. Then you must go and tell that shopkeeper that he will be leaving this place in a month's time." Yi Jiang hurriedly nodded, then went to find the shopkeeper. When Yi Jiang returned, Qinxiang would take him to a secret room and have him refine a batch of Jinyuan Dao Dan for him to see. "How long do you think it will take for you to refine one furnace?" Qinxiang asked. "Half a day," Yi Jiang said. "Although I am unable to refine high-quality pills, but I can still refine 3 of them of medium to low quality." After Yi Jiang finished speaking, he began to refine, and Qinxiang watched from the side. Very quickly, he discovered many of the problems that had occurred with Yi Jiang during the process of refining the pill. With a glance, Yi Jiang could tell that his master was also half-hearted. This Yi Jiang had been lying for many years, cheating over 1,000 myriad Tao stones, so his brain was still all right. Under Qinxiang's guidance, he was able to refine a high-quality Jinyuan Dao Dan in 6 hours. This made Yi Jiang jump up and down excitedly, and he kowtowed to Qinxiang repeatedly. Qinxiang never thought that this guy who looked so handsome would actually have this kind of character. When Qinxiang was concocting the second batch, he had managed to get 3 pills in a single batch. This scared Yi Jiang to the point that he peed his pants, thinking that he had met a real alchemist master. More than 10 days had passed, and Qinxiang had only refined 50 Jinyuan Dao Dan, was then allowed to hand these Jinyuan Dao Dan over to the person requesting the pellets. With 100 myriad Tao stones, Qinxiang could feel at ease to bring Yi Jiang on the road. C. 2673. C. 2673, while Qinxiang had Yi Jiang announce to the outside that he had accepted a disciple. This way Yi Jiang could still maintain his ident. 1. Tai as a pill master. "Old master, are you really from the pill Dao? Your alchemy skills are really too amazing. Just by giving me a few pointers, I was able to make such a huge improvement." Qinxiang was sitting in the horse carriage, while Yi Jiang was driving. The 2 horses pulling the carriage were both delay horses and had a lot of stamina. Although their running speed was not as fast as Qinxiang, they were not slow either, and the carriage was specially made, which was extremely light and light. "No, I actually want to know how to enter the pill Dao," Qinxiang said. "I don't know how to enter the Dao of alchemy either. This is extremely difficult, and I've never seen a pill Dao cultivator before," Yi Jiang said. "But I heard that the pill refiners seem to be refining Jinyuan Dao Dan similar to you, old master. That's why I want you to pretend to be someone of the pill Dao. That way, we might be able to lure people of the pill Dao out." Qinxiang laughed. "Old master is indeed wise. But would it be dangerous?" Yi Jiang asked worriedly. He did not know what strength Qinxiang had right now, but he felt that since Qinxiang was so strong in pill cultivation, he must not be weak. "Yi Jiang, which sect is the strongest in the way of the sword?" Qinxiang asked. "If you can't enter the Tao of alchemy, then going to the Tao of the sword is not bad. The way of the sword. The strongest sect should be the murdering mountain, because the city beneath the mountain is dozens of times larger than the divine Red Mountain. Many of the people stayed in the city because they wanted to enter the murdering mountain. All right, let's go to murdering mountain now. Is it far from here?" Qinxiang asked. "It's not too far away. Based on our current speed, we should be able to reach there in about half a year." Yi Jiang's words caused Qinxiang to be stunned. Half a year was not far yet. Previously, Chen Xiang thought that there were things like transmission arrays here, but he now knew that the spatial laws here were extremely profound. No wonder the divine wasteland S required a lot of power to get down from there. For the past half year, Chen Xiang had been concocting pills. The pills he had concocted were all Taoist Emperor Dan S, and he could already progress up to the 10 Crash S, which he had done in the Yao Mountain Villa. Old Master, we're almost there, Yi Jiang anxiously shouted. When Chen Xiang woke up from his cultivation, he was already at the first level of the Dao Ji D stage. His Dao Ji D gold body was almost finished, but it was still not enough. The 10th place of Dao Ji D realm needed to undergo 10 changes. Each time, the Dao Ji D soul was able to produce a ruled Dao line inside the divine sense C world. Right now, Chen Xiang's divine sense C had a ruled Dao line, and this ruled Dao line contained all sorts of laws. This was one of the world's most needed laws on movement. There were also laws on time and SPAC. The ruled Dao line that he would cultivate next would be his main focus. After you get there, think of a way to become a pill master. Chen Xiang said, Now let me drive the carriage. Now that Yi Jiang could rest, he slept soundly in the carriage. Chen Xiang only slowed down the carriage and headed towards the mountain. That tall mountain was like a sword that stabbed into the ground, exuding a proud and aloof aura filled with majesty. From afar, one could feel the waves of sword energy, causing people to feel a sense of awe. This is the D murdering mountain. It really is powerful. After Chen Xiang stepped into the Dao Ji D stage, he clearly understood that it would be extremely difficult to raise his cultivation. Chen Xiang planned to continue pretending to be Yi Jiang's disciple and make Yi Jiang famous here, to see if there was anyone who could lead to this. Yi Jiang, how much do you know about this D murdering mountain? Chen Xiang asked. After half a year of traveling, they finally arrived at the city below D murdering mountain. I understand it quite well. Although I've never been here before, I've heard of it before. Moreover, I've planned to walk around this place, so I've asked about a lot of things here. After entering the city, Chen Xiang put Yi Jiang down. It was Yi Jiang who asked Chen Xiang to do this, because he wanted to find a hotel himself and boast at the hotel. If he succeeded, then Chen Xiang would know too. I'm moving right outside this city. If I get too close to the center, it'll be very easy for it to be exposed. There are many people with very high cultivation experience inside. Yi Jiang said, All right, I'll take a stroll here myself. When you become famous, I'll find a place to look for you. Chen Xiang was not afraid that Yi Jiang would run away, because they had already made a contract. In order to allow Yi Jiang to succeed, Chen Xiang had refined a lot of genuine Dao Dan of lower quality previously, allowing him to use this kind of pill to attract people's attention. This was also Yi Jiang's usual method, which was how Chen Xiang previously found out. Yi Jiang had only used around a dozen or 20 pills previously, but now that Chen Xiang had given him a few hundred, he started to feel uneasy. Chen Xiang's Yao Mountain Villa grew many of the required ingredients that the genuine Dao Dan required, and he had also refined more than 100 of the genuine Dao Dan S. Chen Xiang brought the carriage back to Yao Mountain Villa and bid farewell to Yi Jiang. I have to go and see if there are any pills for sale here. Chen Xiang quickly found a medicine shop and inquired around. He found out that only medicinal herbs were sold here and there were no natural laudanus. After interrogating a few stores in succession, he thought that with such a large city district, there should be pills for sale here. He didn't expect that it would be as rare as others. Looks like I can only enter the inner layer. After Chen Xiang went inside, he finally found a shop that sold natural laudanus. Natural laudanus were average in the upper, middle, and lower stages, while genuine Dao Dan S were mid-tier. Above the high grade were King Grade S, Heaven Rank, and Saint Rank. The shop that Chen Xiang came to was only for sale to middle-ranked natural laudan. Among them there were genuine Dao Dan S, which required 4 myriad Tao stones. Furthermore, he needed to reserve them in order to obtain one later. Looks like the demand for natural Laudan here is huge. Qin Xiang did not lack Dao stones right now. If he reached the third level of the Dao D realm, he would need them. This was because the Dao stone could absorb the power of the great way of the divine wasteland and then absorb it. Qin Xiang walked out of the shop in a dejected manner. When he reached the entrance, two men walked out enthusiastically from within the shop. They looked to be extremely angry. "Senior brother, it seems that someone is trying to impersonate us. We want to see what kind of fella is using the name of the pill Dao to cheat us." A youth said, "I've heard that something like this happened in other places, but we've never met any of them. This time, we won't be able to escape." The light-robed man's face was full of anger as he started to run quickly. Qin Xiang never thought that Yi Jiang's skills were so brilliant that it could attract a true alchemist so quickly. He immediately followed him to prevent Yi Jiang from being in danger. See 2674. See 2674. Qin Xiang followed behind the two disciples and carefully probed their auras. Looks like the art of alchemy is quite strong. Both of them are in the 10th place of Dao D realm, so I am weaker than them in terms of strength. I just don't know what will happen when I concoct pills. I really want to compete with them. The two walked very fast, and in a short while they had already followed a group of people to the small hotel that Yi Jiang was in. At this time, Yi Jiang was scattering the Jinyuan Dao Danes around, since they were all of the worst quality. Qin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Yi Jiang. "Yi Jiang, the Dao Core's people are here. You must prepare yourself. I'll watch from the side first. If they want to make a move, I'll immediately make a move." Yi Jiang was secretly shocked and a little worried when he heard this. After being a swindler for so many years, he knew that he had already attracted the attention of a true disciple of the Pill Dao. He never thought that the moment he stepped into the murdering mountain area, the disciples of the Pill Dao would come and find him. Although Yi Jiang's strength was not very strong, his mental strength was still very strong. He was very calm at the moment, and after sprinkling out 2 Jinyuan Dao Dan, he walked into the room. Yi Jiang was on the second floor's balcony just now. After he finished scattering the Jinyuan Dao Dan and walked in, the two disciples immediately jumped up to the second floor, especially that young man who even rushed in and pulled Yi Jiang out. "Everyone, this fellow is a swindler. You were all tricked by him," the man in green said loudly to the people below. Just now, many people had gotten their hands on Jinyuan Dao Dan. Although the quality was not high, the Jinyuan Dao Dan in their hands were all real. How can it be a liar? The Jinyuan Dao Dan he threw away is also worth a lot of Dao stones. "Hey, quickly release this master alchemist." Someone shouted. This man had obtained a Jinyuan Dao Dan, so he was definitely looking at Yi Jiang when he said that. "We are the true disciples of the Pill Dao. Furthermore, we, the disciples of the Alchemy Dao, have never refined such a low-quality Jinyuan Dao Dan." At this time, he was still holding onto Yi Jiang's sleeves. Yi Jiang was very calm at the moment, and there was even a trace of a smile on his face. Adding to his handsome appearance, it made him look like a person of high cultivation. Those Jinyuan Dao Dan were all created by a disciple of mine who wasn't paying attention when he was refining the pills, and were not personally refined by us. Yi Jiang said, "All right, you said that you are people of the Pill Dao. Why don't you bring out proof?" When the people below heard this, they hurriedly shouted, "That's right, a pill master does not lack pills. Why don't you throw a few for us to see? Not just any cat or dog can call themselves a disciple of a Dao Dan." When the youth and the azure-robed man heard this, they became anxious. They were true disciples of the Dao of alchemy, but now they were deemed as fake. This is proof. The youth took out a white jade token with the word Dan written in gold on it. The golden word Dan was very dazzling, and it gave off a powerful aura. Many people felt an impulse to kneel down and kowtow when they saw it. Chen Xiang now believed that the two of them were true alchemy disciples because one could tell that the jade tablet was refined using a special method, and it was even infused with a strong Adeo force. It was not something that could be created so easily. This is a jade token of our Tao of alchemy. Only by entering a Tao pill can one obtain this jade token. This is proof that it is enough. When the young man saw that everyone was stunned, he secretly felt proud of himself. At this moment, his aura had also become much stronger. Yi Jiang was the closest to the jade tablet, and the pressure was the greatest. However, he was still able to maintain his calm. Chen Xiang saw that the scene was quiet and suddenly shouted, "All of the Jinyuan Dao Denes that you all obtained were truly refined by me. In my master's eyes, they are pills that cannot even be placed on stage. Thus my master abandoned them." Everyone regained their senses and looked at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had a pretty good face. He could give people a good impression of him. "Of course, I am not a disciple of the Tao of alchemy, and my alchemy skills are self-taught. I only took him as my master because I saw the good intentions of my master. He has never said down his art of pill refining to me. He has only occasionally given me some pointers because he said that the art of pill refining is not something that can be said on to outsiders unless I can join the Tao of alchemy." Chen Xiang said as he was transferred to the second floor's balcony. This place was the same as the primitive land, although one couldn't fly. One could jump onto the balcony. Everyone felt that Chen Xiang was very powerful. They could actually be able to refine so many Jinyuan Dao Dan. In their eyes, this was considered a pretty good alchemist. You are also a liar." The youth said, "I've long heard that alchemy disciples have extraordinary skills. If we're really scammers, then your alchemy skills will definitely far surpass ours. How about we compete here? So let's compete in refining the Jinyuan Dao Dan." Chen Xiang said, "The outcome will be decided by everyone." When everyone heard this, they all loudly shouted their support for this idea. No matter what, it would be better to have a round of sparring. When the youth saw the man in green, he said, "Senior brother, let's compete with them. Let them experience the power of true disciples of the Pill Tao." "All right." The azure-robed man nodded. "Tell me the rules." "Let's compete with the quality of the refined Jinyuan Dao Dan." Chen Xiang said, "A strong alchemist, even if it was a very ordinary pill, the quality would still be very high. You guys should have a divine tool to test quality, right?" "Of course." The youth immediately took out a jade plate. There was a depression in the middle of the jade plate, which was where the pill was placed. If placed on top, the jade plate would display the value of the pill. Chen Xiang had seen many of these weapons before. Afterwards, the youth took out 2 pills to test the authenticity of the divine tool. Chen Xiang also took out a pellet of that black-colored Jinyuan Dao Dan and placed it on the test. Only 300 quality, and then there would be a pellet of good quality Jinyuan Dao Dan on the test. All right, let's start the compet. 1. Tie-in to forge the Jinyuan Dao Dan now. The time limit is 6 hours. How about it? Chen Xiang said, "All right." The light-robed man nodded his head. He was doing this to prove that he was a true alchemy disciple. At the same time, he was also showing to everyone how big of a gap there was between a true alchemist disciple and a swindler. "You want to compete with me?" The light-robed man was startled. It was mainly because Yi Jiang had performed too well, so he thought that Yi Jiang seemed to be more powerful than Chen Xiang. "As a disciple, it's enough to compete with me." Chen Xiang said, "Humph, then you will lose for sure. Although we are the youngest disciples in the Pill Tao, our alchemy skills far surpass yours. We can learn the most orthodox alchemy techniques in the Pill Tao." The youth said, "The winner isn't out of your mouth, it's out of your mind." Chen Xiang smiled at the young man. "Did your alchemist master not teach you this? From the way you talk, you don't seem to be someone from the Pill Tao at all." See 2675. After all, he was still a teenager. How could he be as calm as an old cunning fox like Qin Xiang? Just a single sentence was enough to make this teenager angry into a rage, almost cursing him. If you want to come, then come. In any case, if you want to compete with me, you'll definitely lose. You overestimating yourself. The green-clothed man was also very angry. Only by defeating Qin Xiang, the real Qin Xiang and the rest were scammers, they could take action, and at that time the hatred in their hearts would be relieved. Both sides did not need to inspect the pill furnaces, as it was very difficult to cheat in a compet. 1. Tie-in of such high quality. Moreover, everyone could tell that it was not a pill that had just been concocted. Qin Xiang was very serious now. After all, the other party was a true disciple of the Tao of Alchemy. He could not be careless. He planned to use his strongest power to deal with them, and that would mean taking on more craws. Plus, only with this method could he refine a high-quality pill. I wonder how many crashes I can execute within 6 hours. Qin Xiang could only increase his speed and increase the number of collisions as soon as possible. Previously, when he was in the carriage, he could at most make 10 attempts at refining Taoist Emperor Dan. However, that took about 10 hours, and he had never tried refining a Jinyuan Dao Dan before, because at the current stage, he temporarily did not need to eat one. In 6 hours, I will be able to execute at least 4 or 5 crashes. I must do my best. Qin Xiang quickly refined the Jinyuan Dao Dan and entered the stage where he could clash with it. Very quickly, the first crash was quietly completed, and right now, only an hour had said. Following that, the second and third stage crash were also completed, and even the pill furnace inside did not tremble at all, meaning that Qin Xiang had already mastered the crash method to perfection. It had only been 2 hours. Seems like we can carry out the 5 crashes. This Jinyuan Dao Dan is easier to deal with than I thought it would be. It's not as difficult as the Taoist Emperor Dan. This was a good thing for Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was now at the first level of the Dao Ji, D realm, and his strength had become much stronger when compared to when he was training in the crash previously. As a result, he was able to suppress the intense undulations from the next few crashes. It had been almost 6 hours, and Qin Xiang had already completed the 6th crash, which was beyond his expectations. If I were to frequently use the crash method to refine Jinyuan Dao Dan, I would crash into it even faster. This was Qin Xiang's first time using the crash method to refine it. If he had tried to refine it to such an extent in the past, he would definitely be exhausted. However, right now, he was still very spirited and did not exhaust much energy. After activating a lot of crash, it would produce a spirit God, which would make it very easy to condense a core. Thus the pressure on Qin Xiang would lessen by a lot. Qin Xiang had refined a lot of pills with crashes, and they were all of extremely high quality, but he had never used an instrument to test how much in terms of quality. This might be the quality of the crash after the first test. 6 hours had said Qin Xiang and the azure-dressed man had completed it together. It could be seen that they had extremely precise control over the time, which was also one of the qualities required to become a powerful alchemist. You go first. The light-robed man's voice carried a trace of contempt. I'm worried that after you see the quality of my pellet, you will run away in shame. Of course, you 2 liars won't be able to escape. The azure-robed man laughed coldly. Qin Xiang took out the Jinyuan Dao Dan he refined and said, Let's go down and test its quality. No one can see it from here. That's exactly what I was thinking. After the man said this, he took the white jade plate and jumped down. Qin Xiang also jumped down. You can test it now. The teenager sneered. This Jinyuan Dao Dan you have may look good, but it's just that. Qin Xiang did not pay attention to him. Instead, he placed his Jinyuan Dao Dan into the groove of the white jade disc, and a number immediately appeared on it. 110,000. The shout came from the azure-dressed man. Impossible! There must be something wrong with the jade plate. The youth also cried out in alarm, and then he took out a jade plate himself. He had one as well. After he took it out, he personally placed Chen Xiang's pill on his own jade plate, showing that he had reached 110,000. The green-clothed man's forehead was covered in sweat at this moment, after which he placed the Jinyuan Dao Dan he refined onto the stage. Although it was only 70,000, Chen Xiang was still extremely shocked. He had a deeper understanding of the Tao of pills and knew that this azure-dressed man in front of him was only a young disciple of the Tao of alchemy, but was able to produce a quality of 70,000. If it was an old man in the Tao of alchemy, then perhaps his quality would far surpass his. If this green-clothed man were to go to the natural law world, just with his 70,000 points of quality, he would be able to far surpass many other alchemists. Perhaps the women in the incense pill garden would feel great pressure, and unless they used their heart to refine more crash, they would not be able to match this green-clothed man. Senior brother. The youth nudged the man in green. Both of them were shocked because, to their knowledge, it was impossible to concoct such a high-quality pill unless one was a disciple of the alchemy Tao. You've lost. Chen Xiang kept the Jinyuan Dao Dan and then said to the rest of the people, whether we are fake alchemy disciples or not, everyone should have a rough idea about this, right? You guys aren't liars. These two fellows are liars. You were almost deceived by them. Hurry up and get out of here, otherwise we'll beat you up. Someone shouted. The spectators did not know what that quality of number meant. They only knew that Chen Xiang's value was much higher than theirs. So Chen Xiang was very powerful and was considered a disciple of the Pill Tao. But the azure-dressed man and the youth knew very well what that number signified. What is your purpose? After the azure-dressed man calmed down and thought about it carefully, he knew that Chen Xiang definitely had a goal. He guessed that Chen Xiang definitely knew that they were indeed true alchemy disciples. We have no purpose. We just want to be real. We are not liars. Chen Xiang laughed. Let's go. They were obviously true disciples of the Pill Tao, but they were beaten into scammers by a fake disciple of the Pill Tao. If word of this got out to the other sects, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Yi Jiang was also filled with admiration. He had traveled in the Jianghu for so many years, and he had already confirmed that those two were true disciples of the alchemy Tao just now. But after a round of tie-in with Chen Xiang, he suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat, and was called a swindler. Just by thinking about it, one could tell how terrible the moods of the two alchemy disciples were right now. News of this spread quickly, and soon enough, everyone in the G.O.D. murdering mountain knew of it. Many people rushed over to the small restaurant, where alchemy disciples were rarely seen, so everyone came to catch a glimpse of the Grand Master of the Pill Tao. See 2676. See 2676 in the G.O.D. murdering mountain. The azure-dressed man and the youth sat in a small hall with faces full of indignation. In the hall sat a white-robed old man who was carefully inspecting the two-quality testing jade plates. Master, is the jade plate broken? The youth said, It's not bad. The white-robed old man chuckled. Looks like you guys have met an incredible guy who was taken care of by the goo. Master, how can we just let it go like this? We are true disciples of the alchemy Tao, yet we are called scammers. They are the scammers, but everyone treats them as true disciples of the alchemy Tao. This is really too absurd. With the black and white inverted, how can you continue to watch? The azure-robed man had an unconvinced expression. The white-robed cultivator sighed, the Tao of alchemy. As long as one possesses supreme pill cultivating techniques, one would step into the Tao of alchemy. This is the meaning of Tao, and we can only call ourselves a sect of alchemy, not the master of the Tao of alchemy. Therefore, how can we decide whether or not others are the masters of the Tao of alchemy? You are still too young. His alchemy skills are better than theirs. which means that his alchemy skills are higher than yours. Moreover, he studied the alchemy skills, so he's much more hardworking than you guys. Just based on this, he can win against you, which means he has the qualification to say that you guys are not in the alchemy path. The green-clothed man and the youth were so stunned that they couldn't even raise their heads. You have to be clear that you have, at least, entered the Tao of alchemy. Do you have a chance to truly step into the Tao and understand the truth of the Tao of alchemy? You must be clear about that. The white-robed old man stroked his long beard and said, "This disciple knows his wrongs, but they're all playing tricks on us." The youth was still a little angry. As far as I know, they have never cheated when giving away Jinyuan Dao Danes in the city, and it is not excessive for them to call themselves people of the Pill Tao. That person's alchemy skills are much better than yours. Why can't he just say that he is a cultivator of the alchemy Tao? The old man in white smiled and said, "You guys are too compet. One tithe. The one you guys are unconvinced about is losing to someone of unknown origins, not a scammer." The white-robed old man rubbed the two disciples' heads and said, "Let's go back." "Master, we have only been in the D-murdering mountain for a few days. We came here to exchange sword techniques as guests. Did we leave so quickly?" The youth said. At this time, a tall and skinny old man walked in and laughed. "That's right, Old Man Chin will be staying for a few more days. I have sent men to find those two crooks, to bring them up the mountain, and to clear your two disciples of their grievances." Hearing that, the white-robed old man shook his head and sighed. "That's why I'm leaving. It's just because my two disciples have too many grudges in their hearts. I didn't expect you to. Oh, I hope there won't be any conflict." The green-clothed man and the youth were secretly delighted. They threw a respectful smile to this tall and skinny old man. "There's no need to worry. Our people know their limits. Given how skilled they are in pill forging, we should be able to bring them here and have them acknowledge you as their teacher." The tall and skinny old man laughed. "That's not good. Everyone has their own Tao of alchemy, which is different. Now that he's mastered his own Tao, he's his own master." The white-robed old man wasn't happy at the moment, so he went back to his room to rest. In the afternoon, the small restaurant where Chen Xiang and his group were staying was surrounded by a group of white-clothed people carrying long swords on their backs. This was because the white-robed men were all from the D-murdering mountain, and the D-murdering mountain was the strongest. No one dared to offend them, because once the two leading men spoke, they immediately dispersed like a flock of birds. Yi Jiang felt a lot of pressure now, because he and Qin Xiang were still in the small restaurant. Before, when he was cheating, he had never encountered such a thing. Qin Xiang was rather calm as he said, "It seems that the two disciples are on top of the D-murdering mountain. Master, what should we do next? Do you have any way of escaping?" Yi Jiang was sweating profusely. "No, but you don't have to worry, we won't die." "Wait a minute, I will lure them away. You can escape by yourself." Qin Xiang laughed, then walked down the stairs to the door. "You two swindlers, I also don't know what method you used to defeat two true disciples of the Pill Tao. We were called over by the D-murdering mountain's elders to capture you and interrogate you thoroughly." The leader was a handsome man wearing white clothes that made him look very energetic. "You train in the Tao of the sword." Not bad. The sword force on your body is very strong." Qin Xiang said, "I wonder what cultivation you have." "First stage of the Tai Tao realm." The man said, "If you obediently return with us, you will be able to avoid physical pain." Above the Tao D stage was the Tai Tao realm. Qin Xiang also knew this, but Qin Xiang was only at the first level of the Tao D stage. However, Qin Xiang was still not afraid. His powerful Tao D gold body and 10 fully opened profound doors of the laws allowed him to obtain an extremely strong power. When one reached the divine wasteland, they would no longer be able to absorb any energy, but could only absorb it from the Tao Ji, D Soul. As the Tao Ji, D Soul was intertwined with the Tao energy in the divine sense C, the Tao Ji, D Soul could turn the Tao energy of the divine sense C into the power of the law. Chen Xiang had 8 primordial profound gates, and he could quickly convert them into 8 thick streams of primitive Tao power. Then he could circulate 1 round in the divine sense C, rush past the 10 levels of profound gates, and become very strong through conversion. What if I don't return? Chen Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword. He also wanted to see how strong the sword disciples were. Then you might get hurt. The man also took his sword from his back and said, "Since you are also someone who uses the sword, I'll give you a fair method. If you can defeat me, I can naturally let you leave safely." "All right, please release your sword." Chen Xiang held onto the heavenly magic sword tightly, focusing his mind. He couldn't use his spatial energy, he couldn't teleport, and the opponent's strength was likely to be much stronger than him. Seeing that the battle was about to start, the people in the surroundings all fled far away. In a battle between experts, it was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. If they stayed by the side, they would be affected. Using the sword in front of a sword truth disciple doesn't know your place. As the white-clothed man spoke, the long sword in his hand blurred, and in the blink of an eye, it had already pierced towards Chen Xiang's left shoulder. The moment the opponent released his sword, Chen Xiang was shocked, but he did not panic. Although the opponent's speed was very fast, he could clearly see the sword movements. The heavenly magic sword in his hand also moved and slashed towards his opponent's sword body with lightning speed. Clang! With a crisp sound, the white-clothed man's sword was cut in half the instant it stabbed into Chen Xiang's left shoulder. The white-clothed man took a few steps back, his face filled with horror. His sword had actually been cut in half. Only he knew what was going on. Just now, he had used a very powerful sword force. Under the protection of this sword force, even if his opponent had a divine weapon, he had to first break through the force of his sword before being able to strike directly at his sword. But when Chen Xiang brandished the sword over, she immediately cut apart his sword force and cut apart his sword body. The white-clothed man and the surrounding murdering mountain disciples could all see the terrifying part of the sword, because Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword did not directly touch the white-clothed man's long sword, which meant that Chen Xiang had used the power of the sword to cut his long sword in half. Chen Xiang kept his heavenly magic sword, stepped on the shrinking step, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared at the end of the street. See 2677. See 2677 the G. Murdering Mountain was the strongest sect in the way of the sword, but now their disciple had been defeated by a single sword strike from another, and that was even under their own sect. This made many people feel extremely surprised, because the person who defeated the disciple of the Murdering Mountain, was a disciple of a pill master. What the Hell? First, he fell in the Tao of Alchemy, and now it's our turn. Just who is this delay figure? How incredible! The tall and skinny old man from the Murdering Mountain stared at the broken sword and said with a frown, "This sword force is extremely overbearing, but it has been restrained and does not reveal the slightest bit of sword force. This person definitely did not learn how to use the sword aura. This kind of sword aura is naturally formed, as if it was innate. However, looking at the sword aura of this person, it's also a bit unsteady. It's probably not very useful in normal circumstances. Master, my sword was directly shattered by that sword energy. The sword energy is indeed tyrannical, but this person's cultivation level isn't that high. I can vaguely sense that there's only about one rule Tao line, which might be at the first level of the Tao God stage." The white-clothed man said. The skinny old man shook his head. "This person is indeed impressive, Far Serpa. Sing all the other disciples in pill cultivation, and he also has an extremely high attainment in the way of the sword. He even teased 2 disciples of the Pale Tao to turn them into scammers, but I don't know what his real purpose is. Master, we have already sent someone to investigate this person's background. Right now. It seems that he must be an extraordinary master. If he really is an expert in alchemy, then we should not offend him and invite him to come up the mountain. A tall, middle-aged man said. The tall and skinny old man sighed. It looks like the grudge we had with him before was indeed reckless. Now he might have a bad impression of our murdering mountain and made a mistake. It's a mistake. Chen Xiang did not know why, but after arriving at this place, the killing sword in his body became extremely active. At night, Chen Xiang was on the balcony of a tavern, looking at the majestic murdering mountain. He felt the sword aura that looked down upon the world, as though he had become one with it. What's going on? My killing sword seems to have awakened. Could it be that the murdering sword techniques has a great relations? HI plus P with the murdering mountain? When Chen Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword, he discovered that it was also trembling, appearing to be extremely restless. Regarding this, Chen Xiang could not say anything. He only knew that the unparalleled divine art of the way of the sword was the murdering sword techniques, and there had to be a connection. Could there be something in the murdering mountain that is related to the murdering sword techniques? Chen Xiang suddenly had such a thought. If not, the entire murdering mountain would not continuously release such powerful sword force. Of course, it would not be easy for him to sneak into the murdering mountain right now. The murdering mountain's doors were tightly shut, and the cultivation of the gatekeepers were extremely high, as well as their keen observation skills. Chen Xiangpa said by the entrance today and observed that it was difficult for the mosquitoes to enter the mountain gate. Right now, he couldn't use the power of SPAC, so he couldn't use the white tiger's jumping ability either. He couldn't casually paw S through those powerful enchantments like he did in the past. Chen Xiang was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a commotion from below. He immediately looked down and saw more than 10 bloodied men rush. Plussing towards murdering mountain on their backs. Chen Xiang immediately walked down and asked the people who were spectating, "What's going on? These people are heading to murdering mountain, and they won't open the door at night." Chen Xiang asked, "The more than 10 injured people are all disciples of the Supreme Sword Sect. Earlier, they followed the leader to this place, but they found out that a poisonous tiger appeared in the ancient sky mountain range to the east of the murdering mountain. After that, they led the disciples to go there." The shopkeeper shook his head. "The Gutian mountain range has been very strange recently. A few poisonous tigers have actually appeared. I wonder how they managed to get here." Chen Xiang rolled his eyes and asked again, "Why did the leader of the Sublime Sword Sect go and catch the poisonous tiger?" The shopkeeper sighed. "Isn't it because the grandson of the leader of the Sublime Sword Sect suffered from a strange poison that required him to use the poisonous teeth and bones of the poisonous tiger to refine into 9,981 poisonous tiger needles, which he stabbed into his body to cure the poison? Poison tigers are extremely rare, and they themselves are extremely poisonous beasts, so they are not easy to capture." Chen Xiang had always wanted to sneak into the murdering mountain, but he didn't have any good ideas. Now he could think of one, which was to help the Supreme Sword Sect catch the poison tiger. With this plan, Chen Xiang immediately walked out of the restaurant and ran towards the east. "I wonder if my impenetrable body can suppress the divine wasteland's poison." Chen Xiang thought to himself. He had already run out of the city and saw the Gutian mountain range covered by the moonlight. He quickly entered the mountain range, and the moment he entered, he heard waves of tiger roars. Could it be a poisonous tiger? Chen Xiang quickly followed the sound and entered a forest. In less than an hour, he saw pairs of glowing green eyes, gloomy and strange, in the dark forest. It's a poisonous tiger. Chun Xiang was startled. He only saw a green gas fog suddenly being used and enveloping him within the forest. This was all poison mist, but in Chun Xiang's eyes it was extremely beautiful with a green glow. I'm fine. It seems like the divine wasteland's poison can't do anything to me. Chun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and even breathed in large mouthfuls of the poisonous miasma, but he still did not see any signs of being poisoned. I think the heavenly net has used it to catch these guys. Chun Xiang took out a small net. This was a heavenly artifact that Yuan Feng had obtained when he killed the Ji. Oh, DS. Chun Xiang released the heavenly Luo divine web. The divine web flashed and quickly enveloped the 3 poisonous tigers, then tightened around them. The poison tiger had a lot of strength and was struggling continuously. Chun Xiang immediately rushed over, took out his heavenly magic sword, and stabbed the 3 poisonous tigers to death. As for the other 2 poisonous tigers, they had already escaped. From this, it could be seen that these savage beasts weren't stupid. It's pretty easy. Chun Xiang controlled the heavenly Luo divine net to shrink and put it inside the Yao mountain villa. Just as Chun Xiang walked out of the forest, he saw an elder suddenly jump out to stop him. This little brother, did you encounter a poisonous tiger when you went in earlier? The old man in black robes asked with an anxious expression on his face. I did. Chun Xiang guessed that this old man should be the leader of the Sublime Sword Grotto, and the young man beside him should be his son. You weren't attacked. The old man was surprised. The poisonous tiger used poison fog to attack us. Chun Xiang nodded. I am Tai Tinji. This is my father, Tai Shangjin. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, Brother, for you to be able to come out from the poisonous mist, you must have some sort of treasure to repel the poison. Otherwise, if you saw the poisonous mist released by the tiger, you would definitely be poisoned. See 2678. See 2678. He didn't have any treasures, but he learned a strange skill to counter poison from his master when he was young, so he wasn't afraid of the poisonous fog. Chun Xiang laughed. Could this senior be a leader of the Supreme Sword Sect? Exactly. Tai Shangjin immediately said, in order to cure his grandson's poison, in order to catch the poisonous tiger, the father and son pair had to put in a lot of effort. Brother, since you know about the leader of the Supreme Sword Sect, you probably know that we, father and son, are in urgent need of catching poison tigers, right? Please do us a favor and kill 2 poison tigers. We will definitely thank you handsomely. Tai Tianqing said, Chun Xiang had already killed 3 poisonous tigers earlier, and his goal in coming here was to hunt poisonous tigers to get closer to the father and son duo. This way he could enter Murdering Mountain without a hitch. The Sublime Sword Grotto was also a sword sect, and it was obvious that they had gathered at Murdering Mountain for some reason, because the Pill Dao was also here. I have indeed heard of this before. I only need 2. Chun Xiang said. Seeing that Chun Xiang agreed, Tai Shangjin and Tai Tianqing were overjoyed and immediately thanked him. Brother, you must be careful. The poisonous tiger does not only have extremely strong poisonous fog, its own strength is not weak either. This is something that we made just to catch the poisonous tiger. Just as Tai Shangjin finished speaking, Chun Xiang took out a large net filled with 3 green poisonous tigers. Chun Xiang laughed. Anyway, there are 3 of them here. I originally planned to kill one myself. Tai Shangjin and the others were pleasantly surprised. This person in front of them had already killed all the way to the poison tiger, and all 3 of them at that. Here, 1 for me. Take the other 2. Chun Xiang was very generous. He was anxious to enter the Murdering Mountain, because there was something hidden inside. I can't thank you enough. Tai Shangjin immediately expressed his thanks and gave a few jade boxes to Chun Xiang. These are all the more precious medicinal ingredients of our sublime flow, Sword Grotto. High-grade, heavenly Tao medicinal ingredients. Chan Xiang received it with a smile, then asked, I was originally just a pill refiner, so these medicinal ingredients couldn't be better for me. Oh, I wonder what your name is. Could you be a pill disciple? Tai Shangjin asked anxiously. He knew that the demurdering mountain had alchemy disciples. Chun Xiang, I'm not a disciple of the alchemy Tao, I'm just an alchemist. The reason why I'm here to capture Poison Tiger is to use its flesh and blood to refine the antidote. Chen Xiang laughed. Are the two of you heading to the demurdering mountain? Yes. Tai Tianji nodded. So do you? No, I was almost captured by the demurdering mountain. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. Because there was a misunderstanding. I wonder if the two of you could bring me to the demurdering mountain. Have a good talk with the people of the demurdering mountain, and dispel this misunderstanding. That's easy to say. Although I, Tai Shangjin, am not a powerful sword cultivator like that in the Sword Dao sect, I still have quite a bit of prestige. I will definitely help you settle this matter. Tai Shangjin was very happy right now because he had finally killed 2 poisonous tigers. Tai Tianji was the same. His son had been tormented by that strange poison for many years, and now he was finally going to get rid of it. Tai Tianqing brought the 2 poisonous tigers back to the Supreme Sword Sect, while Tai Shangjin brought Qin Xiang to the demurdering mountain. Little friend, you really are a genius. Your cultivation is not very high, but your ability is not small. With your strength alone, you were able to kill the mountain giant tiger. More than 10 sword experts of our sect were all carried back after encountering 2 poisonous tigers. If you did not make a move, I'm afraid that even I would not be able to approach the poisonous tiger. The poison is too terrifying. Tai Shangjin said. At this time, they had already reached the entrance of the demurdering mountain. Chan Xiang, on the other hand, felt that it was nothing. After all, he had not been poisoned for many years, other than LV Qinlian's strange poison. Actually, Poison Tiger's strength wasn't that scary to begin with. In addition, this kind of animal has been accustomed to using poison for many years and has always easily succeeded. Now that it met me, a person with a strange poison resistance technique, it was killed by me in an instant. Chun Xiang chuckled and was very modest. Tai Shangjin was, after all, a leader of a sword sect. Leader, I heard that disciples of the alchemy Tao are also in the demurdering mountain. This time there seems to be a lot of sword arts sects gathered in the demurdering mountain. Could it be that something big is going to happen? Qin Xiang asked. It can be considered to be a rather important matter. Furthermore, this is not a big secret. Tai Shangjin's expression suddenly became serious. The main reason is because the guy from the heavens discovered the legendary Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Myriad Tao Mausoleum. When Chan Xiang heard this name, he also made a rule. This place has always been a secret. Although many people have cultivated to the peak of their cultivation, these people, for some reason, mysteriously disappeared. It's said that they all went to a place to seek death. Qin Xiang said in a low voice. Is this how all of our supreme divine arts got lost? Tai Shangjin nodded. Really, all the people who had completed the transcendent divine might went to that place, and then did not come back. Many years later, when the 6th life was renewed, there was always a batch. Afterwards, all of their life orbs broke, meaning that they were already dead. Later on, when someone returned, it revealed that that place was a huge mausoleum. Once one cultivated to the peak of the great Tao, they would be summoned by a mysterious power to that place, and they would die there. Chen Xiang was even more curious about that place. All of the various sects would definitely gather together to discuss this matter. That place must be very dangerous, Qin Xiang said. Thus, we, the various sects, are all discussing whether or not we should head to the Myriad Tao mausoleum to retrieve those lost transcendent divine mites. Tai Shangjin nodded. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. After all, many experts have died here, and there will definitely be a large number of cultivation techniques and all kinds of divine weapons. Qin Xiang frowned. Will this news be leaked out? He will definitely. Although our sword truth has not been decided, it will definitely come out. We cannot let the complete demurdering sword techniques and the famous swords of our sword truth fall into the hands of the heavenly Tao. When Tai Shangjin talked about the heavenly Tao, his face was filled with anger. With one look, Qin Xiang could tell that the poison on his precious grandson was caused by the heavenly Tao. Our way of the sword has already grasped the way to the myriad Tao mausoleum, and it's extremely dangerous on the way, so we will send out top-notch experts this time. Tai Shangjin sighed. Right now, we are already behind the heavenly Tao. Maybe Fire Avenue will start to move as well. Qin Xiang and Tai Shangjin had already reached the top of the mountain. There were many buildings on the mountain where the disciples of demurdering mountain lived. See 2679. See 2679 along the way. The de-killing sword in Qin Xiang's body was agitated all the way, and he really wanted to burst out, but he was completely suppressed by Qin Xiang. Arriving at the top, only then did the de-killing sword calm down. Qin Xiang was even more certain now that there was something hidden inside the demurdering mountain. Otherwise it would not have caused his de-killing sword to react so violently. At the top of demurdering mountain, it was very busy. Everyone was detoxifying more than 10 people. All of them were from the Supreme Sword Sect. Now that their situation had stabilized, Tai Shangjin had already forced out a lot of poison for them, and now they only needed to heal themselves. As soon as Qin Xiang came up, he saw 2 disciples of the Pale Tao, namely the azure-dressed man and the young man. "It's you!" When the teenager saw Qin Xiang, he shouted out in shock. The azure-dressed man was also stunned. He quickly pulled the white-robed old man beside him and said, "Master, that's him. He's the one who said that we were pretending to be disciples of the Pale Tao. Last time, the white-clothed man who had his sword broken by Qin Xiang was also here. When he saw Qin Xiang here, it was as if he had seen a ghost." Seeing their reactions, Tai Shangjin knew that Qin Xiang had a huge conflict with them, but he had already promised to help Qin Xiang solve the misunderstanding, and he knew that Qin Xiang was not an evil person. "I am truly sorry. Before, I had indeed thought that you two were fakes. That was the reason why I came here to apologize to you two." Qin Xiang immediately laughed. He had to find the thing that the demurdering mountain was hiding, so he had to get rid of this conflict with them. Then why are you pretending to be a disciple of the Pale Tao? Seeing that Qin Xiang had come to apologize and was following beside the leader, the young man did not dare speak in a firm tone. The white-robed elder next to the youth suddenly laughed. "This young man, these 2 are my disciples. They are young and full of vigor. Please forgive them." "I'm fine." Qin Xiang laughed. He did not expect that his master would be so open-minded. How could he teach such a disciple? The white-robed old man nodded his head. "Those who reach the Tao are the people who enter the Tao. Although you have never officially joined any sect in our Tao of Alchemy, your alchemy skills are so profound that you can be considered to have comprehended the true essence of the Tao of Alchemy. Even if you were to establish your own sect in the future, no one would dare to say a word." Only now did Qin Xiang feel that this white-robed old man was a genuine expert of the Pale Tao, and was something that his 2 disciples could not compare with. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Qin Xiang cupped his fists and said. Tai Shangjin also nodded his head. He had already known from the start that Qin Xiang was not an ordinary person. If not, he wouldn't have grasped that kind of strange poison fighting technique and easily killed the 2 poisonous tigers. "Old Bai, this young friend is truly amazing. Not only does he have your approval in the Pale Tao, but his strength is also extremely strong. If it wasn't for him, I don't know what kind of monkey it would take to kill 2 poisonous tigers in such a short time. Tai Shangjin laughed. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Qin Xiang with respect, especially the more than 10 people who were still recuperating. They were all injured by the poisoned tiger and knew how strong it was. The white-robed elder was not surprised, he only smiled. Since that's the case, then this young friend should also be considered an esteemed guest of the Ji. Oh, demurdering mountain. Of course. Tai Shangjin laughed, and then immediately had someone arrange for Qin Xiang to rest. It was already dark. Qin Xiang was brought to a house to rest, and he was the only one inside. There are still 4 hours before daybreak. I have to hurry. Qin Xiang entered the room and immediately laid on the bed. A short while later, everyone around had left, and he used the transformation technique to transform into an external body. This avatar had his aura and flesh, and he could control it with his mind. It was just that this avatar did not have enough strength, but it was enough to fool others. After creating an incarnation, Qin Xiang's real body would be using counter power to make himself invisible. He had initially planned to enter the demurdering mountain like this, but he was worried that the barrier would detect him when he entered, and if the other party were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to escape. He couldn't use his spatial energy, so he didn't dare to be rash. Using the counter power, Qin Xiang strolled on the mountain peak. He met a few people, but none of them noticed them. That thing should be hidden inside the demurdering mountain. I'm at the top of the mountain now. I need to go to the center. Qin Xiang quickly went around the mountain top, but he didn't find any place that he could enter. Only the more tightly guarded houses that he lived in didn't. Qin Xiang came to the largest one among them. The door was wide open, and there was no one guarding it. Qin Xiang observed for a bit, and since there was no barrier, he walked in. Upon entering, he saw a small mountain. Below it was a black iron door. When Qin Xiang got closer, he realized that the mountain was made of a very dy metal, just that it looked very much like a mountain. It should be here. Qin Xiang saw a very thin crack on the metal door and immediately activated his transformation technique to turn into a very small bug, then crawled into the thin crack. After entering, he found a spiral staircase. Qin Xiang was overjoyed. He had found the right place. At this time, my senses are even stronger, and the killing sword in my body almost went out of control. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, suppressed the killing sword, and continued his journey. After half an hour, Qin Xiang finally reached the bottom of the pond. There was a black pond that was emitting the true cold qi. Without saying a word, Qin Xiang jumped down, quickly diving. Not long after he swam downwards, the killing sword in his body surged out violently, forming a terrifying sword force. What is this? As Qin Xiang was immersed in it, he suddenly felt waves of intense heat entering into his body. Brat, this is the sword purification pool, hee. A sneer suddenly appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. Sword was plussing pool? Qin Xiang was stunned. Yeah, this is supposed to be used to wash swords. Why did you jump down? That voice appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. I don't know. Can I go up now? Qin Xiang was in excruciating pain. His body felt as though it was being pierced by 10,000 swords. Of course I can go up, but I need to wash up long enough before I can go up. 81 days. The voice laughed. What are you laughing at? Quick, let me go up. Qin Xiang shouted. To be honest, the sword was Plussing pool has washed countless famous swords, but it has never washed anyone, so I'm very curious. The voice laughed. If he were to be washed here for 81 days, his external body would definitely be exposed. Senior, I'm in a hurry. I still have something important to do. Quickly, let me go up. Qin Xiang being submerged in the pool was extremely painful. It's fine. 2 hours here is like 1 year in the world. The sword purification pool has profound laws of time, and it saves a lot of time. The voice said, Then what will I become after I wash it? Qinxiang asked again. I don't know, that's why I'm curious, because this is the first time I was. Plussing people's faces. In the past, there were people who accidentally fell down, but there were no more dregs left. The voice said, Bulls. Plus T, I'm in so much pain. Qinxiang shouted in anger. C. 2680. C. 2680 Qinxiang also didn't know what exactly this sword purification pool was for, but right now he was in so much pain that he could no longer concentrate. Originally, he wanted to ask the mysterious fellow inside with his spiritual sense, but under the constant stabbing pain, he became drowsy and Pa-S, set out not long after. A few days Pa-S said, and Qinxiang was awoken by the pain. After being awoken by the pain, he was tormented by it for a good half a day before fainting. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the top of the mountain cave was filled with plus Ning swords, while he was currently immersed in the sword purification pool. Am I having a nightmare? At this time, Qinxiang only felt that his body was very comfortable, and after sitting up, he realized that he could now float in the water. Of course not. You've already washed it. After the voice came out, Qinxiang looked around and saw a white-haired old man in a white robe on the essay. O-R-E, who the H-E-L-L are you? Qinxiang immediately stood up and went to the SH. O-R-E. He looked at the sword purification pool that had tormented him for many days. What is the use of this sword purification pool? Of course, the sword purification pool uses it to cleanse the sword. However, if you threw a sword that was not up to standard, it would melt. If there was an error during the process of plussing, it would be inserted into the sword. The old man smiled. You should be fine now. It should be a success. Success. But I don't feel any good, and I've suffered for so long for nothing. I Qinxiang said snappily. He indeed did not feel that he had become much stronger, nor did his physical body increase in strength. Brat, did you know that this sword was plussing pool has existed for many years, but it has never succeeded in was plussing a sword. It has succeeded in was plussing a person. Hee. This was something that not even the sword ancestor himself had thought of. The old man chuckled. Then what's the use? Qinxiang really wanted to know, but this old man kept on beating around the bush and did not tell him. The greatest use is that you can have me. The old man said, What do I need you for? Qinxiang looked at the old man. He did not look that strong. Brat, you look down on me? The old man raised his hand and sucked a sword from the wall above the sword was. Plussing pool. He said, Come, let's compete. Qinxiang took out his heavenly magic sword. Without saying a word, he thrusted his sword towards the old man's shoulder. It was clean and crisp, and his speed was as fast as lightning. But for some reason, when the old man just glanced at him once, the heavenly magic sword in his hands trembled, and then got rid of his hand, falling to the ground. Then the old man raised his sword and lowered it to his throat. You lost. The old man said. Qinxiang's face became ugly. Just now, it was the heavenly magic sword that had struggled free from his grasp. It was too strange. And the heavenly magic sword had also been condensed by him into a very strong primitive Tao power. But the force had suddenly disappeared. The heavenly magic sword itself had dispersed. Hee, do you know how to be scared now? The old man picked up the heavenly magic sword and looked at it. What a good sword! His refining technique is also strange, although the person who refined is not strong. But the sword is extremely terrifying. Far Serpa. S. Sing the many sword crafting masters here. This person is truly a genius. But I'm still lacking something. The old man laughed and returned the sword to Qin Xiang. What just happened? Qin Xiang received the sword and asked curiously, "It's nothing, just this sword handle." The old man said with a smile, "I am the emperor of 10,000 swords. Of course, my true body is already dead, and I am only an ownerless sword spirit now." Sword spirit? Qin Xiang frowned. That's right. Only a sword tempered by the sword purification pool can merge with it. I haven't waited for many years, and only then can I wait for a strange brat like you. The sword spirit said, "I believe that you have already completely fused with this sword, which is why you were guided here by this sword." Qin Xiang also understood quite a bit now and said, "Could it be that you can attract some powerful swords to come here?" "Yes, I've been here for many years. Because I don't have my original body, I can't leave this place." The sword spirit let out a sigh. "Dao Father Jiandao left me here. In the blink of an eye, who knows how many years have Pa S said. So, Dao Father Sword was your original master?" Qin Xiang had already guessed it. "Yes, but because he broke my true form and felt sorry for me, he didn't ask me to follow him anymore." The sword spirit's face was filled with sadness. Then now, Qin Xiang looked at the heavenly magic sword. "You want to be the sword spirit of my sword. What is it? Don't you welcome it?" The sword spirit laughed. "It's fine if you reject it. You can just continue soaking in it for a while longer." "This. I didn't say no." Qin Xiang giggled. "Senior sword spirit, then quickly come in. There's no S-P-A-C in this sword, so I'm worried that you might not get used to it." "Don't worry, I can open up some S-P-A-C inside." As the sword spirit spoke, it turned into a white streak of light and entered the heavenly magic sword. Qin Xiang brandished the heavenly magic sword twice, but did not feel much strength, only that the sword force had changed a lot. Who knows if this change was strong or not? "Brat, if you want to unleash my strength, you must learn the demurdering sword techniques well. You should have a complete demurdering sword techniques." The sword spirit said, "Of course there is, but what do you mean by study well?" "I've already learned it." Qin Xiang said, "What you have learned are just some basics. Since you have the demurdering sword techniques, then comprehend it well." The sword spirit said, "I will give you a few pointers." Qin Xiang hurriedly rushed back to the top floor, returned to his room, took back the avatar and slept on the bed. As expected, there was time formation in the sword purification pool. He had immersed himself in it for many days, but only 2 hours had Pa S said, "Senior sword spirit, is that sword Dao Father very powerful? Where did he go?" Qin Xiang asked curiously. That sword Taoist must definitely have something to do with the demurdering mountain. He's the founder of the demurdering sword techniques, the #1 expert in the way of the sword. Of course he's strong. I don't even know where he went. The sword spirit said he only said that he might die if he went to that place. Could he have gone to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum? Qin Xiang muttered. Myriad Tao Mausoleum? Where? He had been in the sword purification pool for a long time, so he did not know much about the matters outside. Now he even thought that Qin Xiang was a disciple of a sword Dao sect. Qin Xiang told the sword spirit what he knew about the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. After the sword spirit heard it, it said, "It might be inside, so you must go and take a look." "Senior, I'm not a disciple of the sword Dao." Qin Xiang said, "I might not join any other sects in the future." "Whatever. Since your heavenly magic sword can become a place to rest, then it's fine." The sword spirit said, "I've been trapped in that place for too long." C. 2681. C. 2681. What made Qin Xiang a little unhappy was that after suffering for so many days, the sword spirit old man did not bring him much strength. Of course, if he wanted the sword spirit to display its power, he had to use the demurdering sword techniques. At dawn, Chen Xiang walked out of his room and arrived at the center of a square where many people were gathered. When Tai Shangjin saw that Chen Xiang had arrived, he pulled Chen Xiang to the side and said in a low voice, "Last night we had a meeting and decided to go to Myriad Tao Mausoleum today. Originally, I wanted you to go with us, but many leader S from the sects objected. Little brother, I am truly sorry. It's fine, you don't have to apologize to me." Chen Xiang laughed. He had expected this to happen, so he did not mind it. Tai Shangjin nodded his head. "Then I'll send you down the mountain now. They will be leaving soon." Chen Xiang and Tai Shangjin arrived at the bottom of the demurdering mountain. Tai Shangjin told Chen Xiang that when he came back, he would invite him to visit the Supreme Sword Sect and tell him that he had to go there at that time. Then Tai Shangjin went back to the demurdering mountain. Chen Xiang took a stroll around the city. At the same time, he was paying attention to the demurdering mountain's mountain gate. He was certain just now this demurdering mountain only had this door, and no one could fly inside the city. Senior Sword Spirit, are there any other sects in demurdering mountain? Chen Xiang asked. He planned to secretly follow behind that group of people towards the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. The sword spirit was inside the heavenly magic sword and did not know about what was happening outside. Why do you ask? Have you been trapped on top of the demurdering mountain? No, those fellows won't let me follow them. I plan to follow them to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Chen Xiang said, but I've waited for an hour and they still haven't come down. I saw them lining up upstairs just now. Idiot! They definitely won't leave with a large group of people from the main gate. Although there is no other way. They can jump down from the mountain. The sword spirit said, "Take out the heavenly magic sword. I'll help you sense it." Chen Xiang anxiously took out the heavenly magic sword, causing the sword spirit to exclaim, "I never thought that demurdering mountain surroundings would have such a drastic change." A short while later, the sword spirit said, "I sense the sword energy of demurdering mountain and the other disciples of the various sects together, and their movement speed was pretty fast." The sword spirit immediately told Chen Xiang of a direction, and Chen Xiang immediately gave chase. "I was too careless. I almost missed it. Senior sword spirit, you are still the shrewd and ruthless one." Chen Xiang laughed. "Of course, we can discuss it with me if there is any danger or if there is a crisis." The sword spirit said. Chen Xiang used his fastest speed to catch up and chased for 3 whole days before he caught up. He realized that those people were riding large carts pulled by savage beasts and were galloping on the ground. At the end, many roads were difficult to walk on, especially in some mountain forests, where dangerous things could be found everywhere. For example, tree vines with spikes on them, poisonous flowers and herbs everywhere, and occasionally small poisonous objects would appear. "This is good. You guys can't take the bus anymore." Chen Xiang was secretly happy. He had been running behind for more than 10 days, and seeing others in the carriage, his heart was very unbalanced. "Everyone be careful. A lightning destructive snake has appeared." The one who spoke was Tai Shangjin. He studied this kind of thing the most, and this was also because his own grandson was poisoned, so everyone believed what he said. Sure enough, just as he finished his sentence, several beams of white light flashed towards 100 or so people in front of him. Humph! Tai Shangjin groaned. A burst of berserk sword force swept over. He leapt into the air and slashed out a ray of sword chi, causing the sword chi to fly out like rainbows, bringing with it an extremely hot chi. It struck the serpent's body, instantly burning it to ashes. The supreme sword force is really amazing. A middle-aged man exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, Tai Shangjin had killed over 100 lightning snakes, causing everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Chen Xiang used counterpower and quietly followed behind. He was not discovered. He was currently on top of a tree, and he had clearly seen Tai Shangjin's attack just now. So this is how sword energy is used. Chun Xiang finally saw through something. The guy who attacked just now must be using the supreme sword force. The sword spirit's voice came into Chun Xiang's mind. That's right, how did you know? Chun Xiang asked. There are 3 big chapters in the demurdering sword techniques, and these 3 chapters are all independent and can be practiced in 1 chapter alone. Therefore, the sects in the way of the sword are divided into 3 main divisions. The first is the de-slaughtering sword force, led by the demurdering mountain. The second is the unparalleled sword force, and the third is the supreme sword sect's supreme sword force. Of course, in order to truly grasp the demurdering sword techniques, one must first learn these 3 chapters, and then integrate them completely. The sword spirit said. Chun Xiang felt that the little bit he had mastered should be the de-slaughtering sword force. He had only learned the first chapter, the second chapter, and the third chapter. All right, I'll go take a look when I have time. It won't be easy for me to learn demurdering sword techniques. Chun Xiang felt that the demurdering sword techniques was the same as the heavenly alchemy. It would definitely be very hard to learn. No, the demurdering sword techniques is the best of the 4 great mysterious techniques. The hardest part was the heavenly alchemy. Even the creator couldn't learn it completely. Secondly, there's the 6 realms magic kung fu, which is a strange cultivation technique. I'm not too sure either. The sword spirit said. Chun Xiang also felt that the heavenly alchemy was very difficult. Is the demurdering sword techniques really that easy? Chun Xiang asked. If it was easy, he still wanted to learn. As long as you master the 3 types of sword intents, release the sword force, use the sword force to stimulate the strong sword chi, and then familiarize yourself with the sword moves in the demurdering sword techniques, you will basically have achieved great success. The sword spirit said. For others, it would be very difficult. However, for a guy like you who has been washed by the sword purification pool, this is a piece of cake. You should be able to learn it after eating a few meals. All right, I'll learn it when I have time. Chun Xiang wanted to give it a try right now, but he had something important to do. It was to follow this group of people to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. A month had said, and everyone finally walked out of this tormenting forest. They arrived at a scorching barren mountain range. Everyone rest. He was an extremely strong elder in the demurdering mountain. Chun Xiang had seen how many times he had killed the strong wild beasts and wolves. Tai Shangjin climbed to the top of a tall mountain and observed the terrain in front of him. Afterwards, he walked down and said to everyone, "No wonder it's so hot here. Did Fire Avenue leave before me? Are they still here? Looks like we have to be careful." The expression of the elder of the demurdering mountain turned serious. C. 2682. C. 2682 Chun Xiang had went to the Red Mountain before, and that was one of the sects of the Fire Way. From Tai Shangjin's tone, it seemed that the relations HI plus P between the Fire Way and the Sword Way was not very good. Senior Sword Spirit, back then, have you ever heard of the Tao of Fire? Chun Xiang asked. Fire Path. Of course, but at that time Fire Path was still very young. How is it now? One of the 3 great roads. Chun Xiang said. Original Tao was kicked out? This is also normal. It's not strange that the original Tao's weird Tao is kicked out. The way of fire is something that many people cultivate. It's not strange that they would become their own Tao. The Sword Spirit said, What is the relations? HI plus P between these 3? I'm not too sure. In short, the relations HI plus P between the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of Heaven isn't very good. It doesn't seem to be very close to the Tao of Fire either. Chun Xiang said, With the heavenly Tao style of doing things, they often engage in internal strife as well as engaging in other Taos of their own. The Sword Spirit said, Just at this moment, Chen Xiang sensed a strong aura of flames approaching him, while the seniors in Tai Shangjin's group all became cautious, looking in one direction. So he was a friend of the Sword Dao. Yo, there's also people from the Pill Dao. Their lineup is quite strong. The speaker was a middle-aged man. He was riding a handsome, blazing horse galloping over. Aren't you two ahead of us? What took you so long? Tai Shangjin asked. The main reason is that the road ahead is difficult to walk on. We've come back now, ready to take the other way. Do you want to come with us? The middle-aged rider asked. Fire Path wasn't weak at all, and there were many people. They must have fought a great battle here before, or else there wouldn't be such a dense and scorching aura remaining. And now, in an area that even they were unable to cross, those in the path of the sword would definitely encounter many dangers in the past. Tai Shangjin and the other seniors communicated with their consciousness for a bit, and then decided to travel with the people from Fire Path. It could be seen that although they had their own conflicts, they were not too strong, especially in this kind of situation. Those fellows from the Heavenly Dao should be arriving soon. We have to hurry up and not let them S-N-A-T-C-H all the benefits away. After the middle-aged rider finished his sentence, he punched his fist into the air, causing a stream of flames to erupt high into the air. After a while, a rumbling sound could be heard, and 1,000 horses rushed out from the mountain. They were all horses that were burning in flames. Seeing the people from the fire way, Tai Shangjin and the others all took a deep breath. Is that all you have left? Tai Shangjin asked in surprise. Yes, more than 2,000 died. The middle-aged man dismounted from his horse with a sorrowful look on his face, especially at the front, when he encountered a group of extremely powerful savage beasts. How can this be? Your powers should not be any weaker than the Heavenly Dao. If they can make it through, you should be able to too. The Demurdering Mountain Elder asked. A lot of those guys from the Heavenly Dao also died. We saw their bodies on the way. They must have taken a detour. The middle-aged man said, According to the route on the map, we will have to walk for another 2 years. We rarely went in this dangerous zone. Even if someone went in, we never came out again. Hopefully, we can return safely after this trip. Tai Shangjin sighed. Chen Xiang was actually shocked. It took him more than 2 years to walk here, and it was even within a very large danger zone. The face of the elder of Demurdering Mountain suddenly changed and said, Is it the disciples of your fire way? There is a large group of creatures approaching. They should be around the size of horses. No, it's a herd of beasts. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to the group of disciples behind him, Prepare to fight! Chen Xiang was still in the forest. He was standing on top of a big tree, looking at the depths of the desolate mountain, where sand and dust were rolling down, and the barren mountains were disappearing, but they were all flattened by the beast's energy, which covered the sky and covered the earth. What kind of savage beasts are they? Tai Shangjin asked anxiously. Steel tiger herd. The middle-aged man said, You must also be careful. When attacking, remember the eyes of the steel THORNY tiger. That is the easiest place to pierce. Chen Xiang did not plan to partake. P8 in the battle, he was the one with the lowest cultivation in the group he would watch. Just as the sandstorm was about to engulf them, the middle-aged man suddenly jumped to the front and threw a punch towards the sandstorm. Bang! The middle-aged man's fist shook and an explosion occurred, forming a scorching hot chi which blew away the sand and dirt. So strong! Chen Xiang had thought that the sandstorm would envelop them, but he didn't expect that he would be sent flying by the middle-aged man's punch. At this time, the group of steel tigers had also appeared. They were fighting tigers whose bodies were covered in sparkling fine steel. Their mouths were full of sharp steel teeth, and they charged over like a surging tide. In the blink of an eye, it had completely enveloped the incoming steel tiger. The middle-aged man held a large blade in his hand, turned into a rainbow of light, and in the process of Russ, plussing in, he had hacked apart dozens of steel tigers. There should be at least several tens of thousands of steel tigers. Chun Xiang watched from afar, and at this time, the disciples of the sword Tao had also joined the battlefield. It had to be said that although the number of disciples of the sword Tao was few, the number of disciples who managed to kill the steel tiger was no less than the disciples of the fire Tao. These disciples were all carefully selected, with extremely high cultivations and decent strength. They were instantly able to stab out thousands of sword strikes, and their movement techniques were all very outstanding. Being surrounded by tigers, they were all very skilled, and when they attacked, they could even behead a few steel tigers. An hour later, the corpses of tens of thousands of steel tigers were scattered all over the place. Blood dyed this desolate land that was close to the mountain forest, and the strong stench of blood made people feel nauseous. Not a single human died. How powerful! Chun Xiang had just witnessed the power of experts in the way of the sword and the way of fire. The young disciples were also outstanding, and against such a group of berserk steel tigers, not a single one of them were injured. And before, the Fire Tao army had lost 2,000 people. From this, one could see that the herd of beasts they encountered was much more terrifying. Otherwise, with just their momentum alone, they wouldn't have backed down. This is still the weaker ones. The strongest ones are still up ahead. Even though we have joined hands, we might all die inside if we were to face those fearsome, savage beasts. Let's take a detour, the middle-aged man said. The group rested for 3 days, then began their journey, led by the men from Fire Path. Chun Xiang just followed behind them, and they were even using counter-power S. He felt that even if he met with a beast tide, he would probably be fine, but for safety's sake, he still followed this group of people. There were many groups of beasts on the way, so it was obvious that very few people came into the dangerous zone. Those groups could have been 4,000 or 5,000 at the very least, or over 100,000 at the most. They didn't really want the corpses, but Chun Xiang felt that it was a pity and stealthily accepted all of them. C. 2683. C. 2683. It would take about 2 years for them to reach that place. Chun Xiang felt a little tired just thinking about it, and walking all the way to that place would also be a great test of perseverance. Chun Xiang was the most relaxed of them all. It was just following behind them. The disciples of Fire Path and Sword Tao all fought hard and got injured while bleeding hard. After walking for half a year, the original 1,000 people of Fire Path had already died over 200 years. Although there were not many disciples of the Sword Tao, but their overall strength was very fierce and not a single one of them died. This was all thanks to the few people of the Pill Tao. Don't these guys have any spatial magic treasures for carrying people? If we put them inside, it would be much more convenient to leave along with them. Although Chun Xiang didn't need to help out, following the road for more than half a year was still very arduous for him. Of course, he had gained a lot. He was in charge of collecting the corpses of the savage beasts from the back. In his divine sense sea world, the corpses of the savage beasts were piled into a mountain. It's not our choice to keep killing like this. If only we could have discovered those groups of savage beasts earlier. However, these groups of wild beasts first noticed us, and then they pounced on us. Tai Shangjin said, after so many days, he also felt tired. Moreover, he did not know how many hordes of barbarian beasts he would have to kill in the future. He did not know how strong the horde of barbarian beasts would be in the future. Our spiritual perception isn't as sharp as those savage beasts. I have a heavenly spirit crow, but it's just that it's sleeping. As long as I wake up, my heavenly spirit crow will be able to easily detect the savage beasts around me. The middle-aged Fire Tao cultivator said, if that's the case, then that's great. How long will it take for him to awaken? Tai Shangjin asked. More than 10 days. Every time this heavenly spirit crow sleeps, it needs to sleep for a whole year. Counting the time now, it should be about right. The middle-aged man said, then I will rest here for 10 days and heal my injuries. I will continue advancing once the heavenly spirit crow wakes up. Tai Shangjin said, and all of the higher-ups of the other sects nodded their heads in agreement. The people from Fire Path also didn't have any objections. After all, everyone was very tired after so many days. At this time, Qin Xiang retreated a bit and hid in the hollow of an old tree. He took out a 6 realms mirrors and sat on top of it. They've rested for more than 10 days. I'll make some pills while I'm at it. Qin Xiang took out 3 types of high-quality heavens divine medicine. He was the one who had helped Tai Shangjin hunt Poison Tiger last time, the one that Tai Shangjin gave him. He grew many high-grade heavenly D medicines last time, but he did not have the time to refine them. I wonder what kind of medicinal herb it is. Eat and have a look first. Qin Xiang took out a bean-sized red fruit and pinched it soft. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it a few times before this red fruit immediately burst apart. After he bit off the red fruit, the juice inside splattered in his mouth. A scorching heat suddenly burst out from his mouth and rushed toward his throat. Ah! Qin Xiang shouted, and immediately used both hands to choke his throat, and then continued to cough nonstop. His face was currently flushed red, hot and spicy, and flames continuously spewed out of his mouth as he coughed. What the hell is this? It's spicy to death. Qin Xiang coughed for an entire hour, almost coughing out his gallbladder. Although he did not know what it was, he knew that the power of this little red fruit contained an extremely strong flame, primitive Tao power. Other than that, it also had a very unique effect. After eating it, it can make the Rule Dao line in his divine sense see become lively. Just now he had felt that the Rule Dao line in the divine sense see had absorbed a lot of primitive Tao power under the effect of that energy. Looks like this fruit can let Rule Dao line absorb the energy from the Dao Ji, D soul. In that case, this is something that can strengthen Rule Dao line. But how do we cultivate the second Rule Dao line? Qin Xiang didn't understand anything about this, so he asked the Sword Spirit, Senior Sword Spirit, right now, I am at the first level of the Dao Ji, D realm. I only have 1 Rule Dao line. How can I cultivate the second one quickly? That's easy. First, you have to be strong enough in your Dao Meridian. That way, your Dao Meridian will be stable on the second day. Once your Dao Meridian is strong enough, you will need to use a Dao stone to exchange for the power of law corresponding to your celestial sect of wonders. The Sword Spirit said, as long as you have a Dao stone, you can go to the myriad Tao's divine steel and exchange for the power of law. This will consume a lot of Dao stones. Qin Xiang had never tried it before, so he did not know much about it. Who created the myriad Tao divine steel? Is there anyone controlling it? Qin Xiang asked again. Of course there are. They are controlled by all of them, and they are normally located in the number 1 sect of a great Tao. For example, the myriad Tao's divine steel for the way of the sword is located in the vicinity of the Murdering Mountain. The Sword Spirit said. Nope. Although Qin Xiang had wandered around Murdering Mountain for a few days, he had never seen any sort of myriad Tao divine steel. Doesn't this mean that I am currently unable to cultivate the second meridian? There was no myriad Tao divine steel nearby. Of course. Otherwise, how could there be so many people under Murdering Mountain? It was all for the sake of obtaining the power of law at any time. The Sword Spirit said, Let's talk about it when we get back. This matter isn't urgent anyway. Qin Xiang nodded his head, then took out his little red fruit and refined it into a pill. After consuming it, his basic Rule Dao line would seem to be extremely hungry, continuously devouring the energy released by the Dao Ji, D soul, and after devouring it, it gradually became stronger and stronger. Qin Xiang also didn't know if he could use the power of SPAC after cultivating the spatial Rule Dao line. He looked inside the divine sense C and saw that one end of the Rule Dao line was connected to the Dao Ji, D soul, and the other end to the fire profound gate. After 7 or 8 days, Qin Xiang felt that his basic rule Dao line had become much stronger. He, who was inside the tree hole, suddenly noticed the movements of the group. He immediately walked out of the tree hole and used counter power to go invisible. Elder Zhong, what exactly is up ahead? You're an elder, yet you're injured so severely. The middle-aged man from the fire Dao had a serious expression on his face. The old man from the pill, Dao had already given the old man a pill. Yes, it's the dragon wolf. There's a group of dragon wolf in front of us. Let's quickly take a detour. We can't follow the directions on the map anymore. The old man said. They had taken a detour a long distance before, but now they had finally returned to the route on the map. If they took a detour, it would take a longer time to reach Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Dragon wolf. It's that kind of barbaric beast that evolved from devouring dragon power. Looks like I'll have to take a detour. Tai Shangjin said. Qin Xiang was very clear of Elder Zhong's strength. He had seen Elder Zhong's attacks several times, and they were all very strong, but he was injured by some dragon wolf. How many dragon wolf? The white-robed elder asked. 30. Elder Zhong said. The number of 30 could be said to be very small, because the group of savage beasts they faced before numbered in the tens of thousands. However, when they heard about this number of dragon wolf, the faces of all the strong warriors changed slightly. Let's hurry. The dragon wolf might catch up. This book is from 17K, so the first thing I'll do is to look at the original content. See 2684. See 2684 originally. They planned to hurry back after the heavenly spirit crow awakened. But because they were afraid of the dragon wolf, they had to hurry back. Otherwise, the dragon wolf would catch up and cause them a lot of damage. Qin Xiang did not know how strong the dragon wolf were. Just 30 of them were enough to scare the group of experts. Could it be that the experts of the divine wasteland only have this kind of strength? Qin Xiang asked the sword spirit and told it about the dragon wolf. Didn't you say that many of the divine wasteland's divine arts were lost? And all the strong warriors went to that Myriad Tau Mausoleum, so it is normal for divine wasteland to be so weak. The sword spirit sighed. If the sword ancestor God had been here all those years ago, dealing with that kind of dragon wolf would have been a piece of cake. As long as their strength had reached a certain point, they would all go to the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Thus the number of experts in the sects would become fewer and fewer, and their legacies would gradually be lost. Thus the divine wasteland's overall strength would gradually decline. And the majority of the people who could pass south through this dangerous place alone were very strong. They could take charge of themselves. If not, they would not be able to smoothly enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Senior, could it be that you don't know what dragon wolf are? Qin Xiang was extremely curious. He guessed that the dragon wolf had the blood of dragons, and those people just now had mentioned the eternal dragon power. I don't know. This kind of thing was clearly born later on. The sword spirit said, if I were to encounter it, I might be able to figure out what it is. Qin Xiang curled his lips, then followed that group of people. Currently, they were moving a lot faster, as if they were very worried about being killed by the dragon wolf. This made Qin Xiang more curious about those dragon wolf. Although he was curious, Qin Xiang would not go and take a look at those dragon wolf. If those dragon wolf were very heaven-defying, then he would be done for. Qin Xiang followed that group of people for a few days, and on the way, they were extremely quiet. They did not encounter any beasts, and the dragon wolf that made everyone panic did not chase up. My divine duck woke up. He took out a very small cage with a very small bird inside it. The cage gradually grew larger, and the bird inside did not look that small anymore. It was actually a snow-white crow. The crow cried out twice before speaking in human language. There's someone at the back, someone at the back. It's a human. Qin Xiang's heart trembled. The heavenly spirit crow was truly powerful. It had actually discovered him. He continued to use the counter power to hide himself. Everyone was also shocked. There was actually someone following behind them. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Yet they did not know about it. Who the H-E-L-L are they? Then he placed the heavenly spirit crow on his shoulder. A golden light shot out from the heavenly spirit crow's eyes onto Chun Xiang's body. When Chun Xiang was H-I-T by the golden light, he immediately appeared, and after the golden light disappeared, no one could see him anymore. Yes, little brother Shin. Tai Shangjin was shocked, Qin Xiang being able to follow them here, and not only that, just with this ability, he was able to make many rankers admire him. Qin Xiang withdrew his counter power, allowing himself to appear. He smiled at Tai Shangjin, Senior Tai. He is my friend. Tai Shangjin anxiously said he also saw that the higher-ups of Fireway and other sects were dissatisfied with this as well. He followed me here. That means he isn't a person of the Pill Dao, nor is he someone of the Sword Dao. The middle-aged man from the Fire Path said with a cold voice, No, I was just curious about the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. That's why I came here. Qin Xiang said, Then how did you get here? Just go back. If you continue to follow us, don't blame me for being ruthless. The speaker was an old man of the Sword Dao. How can that be? If he were to go back by himself, it would be extremely dangerous. Tai Shangjin looked at the old man, his voice cold. Qin Xiang had helped him so much. How could he let Qin Xiang take the risk to go back on his own? Tai Shangjin looked at the higher-ups of the sects, and only a few of them nodded towards him. They had a good relations. H-I+P with him, and had agreed to let him stay behind, but most of them didn't want Qin Xiang to follow them. All right, since everyone disagrees, I will also withdraw. I will escort him back. Tai Shangjin snorted. He had already decided to send Qin Xiang back to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Qin Xiang did not want to make things difficult for Tai Shangjin, so he anxiously said, Senior, do not worry. I am hiding my special ability. The beasts will not be able to find me. That won't do. Didn't the Heavenly Spirit Crow discover you already? It's very dangerous for you to be by yourself. I'll send you back. Tai Shangjin was his benefactor, so no matter how much he risked his life, he had to protect Qin Xiang. He immediately activated counterpower and started to run. Tai Shangjin also did not know where he was right now. Just when Tai Shangjin was panicking, he heard Qin Xiang's laughter. Senior Tai, I'll be leaving first. Maybe I'll be able to rush to Myriad Tao Mausoleum before you. Why do you have to go through all this trouble? Tai Shangjin sighed helplessly. Although everyone rejected Qin Xiang, they had to admit that his strange technique was indeed powerful, allowing him to become invisible. Furthermore, he had concealed his presence well, and they had not discovered him during this half a year. Divine Crows, did that person go far? Which direction did he go? The middle-aged Fire Dao cultivator asked. I went far, far away. With that, the divine crow flapped its wings and flew in the direction in which Qin Xiang had escaped at an extremely fast speed. Qin Xiang, who was sprinting, sensed that something was following behind him. He turned around and was shocked in his heart. This lousy crow can actually fly, and at such a fast speed? Broken bird, why are you following me? Qin Xiang asked. Make sure you didn't go too far. The Heavenly Spirit Crow said. Why can you fly? Qin Xiang asked again. Secrets, secrets. The Heavenly Spirit Crow's voice carried a tinge of laughter. Qin Xiang really wanted to capture the Heavenly Spirit Crow, but he would definitely be infuriated. Qin Xiang ran frantically for a few hours before the Heavenly Spirit Crow returned. It's all the fault of this D.A.M. and bird. Qin Xiang spat. Qin Xiang had already returned to the location where he had found the dragon wolf, and had secretly glanced at the map. Even though it was only a glance, it was still imprinted in his mind. Looks like we can only walk on the path of dragon wolf. The dragon wolf did not catch up either, scaring them so much that they ran away. Qin Xiang rested for a long time, then started to move. He was still holding onto the 6 realms mirrors, planning to hide inside it once he met with a situation. Chun Xiang madly rushed for a while, but did not meet any dragon wolf, and entered a very hot ancient forest. Senior Sword Spirit, why can that broken bird fly? Chun Xiang had never been able to understand it. This book came from 17K. The first thing he did was to look at the true content of the book. See 2685. See 2685. Chun Xiang had tried using the 6 realms mirrors, but he couldn't fly. Previously, when he was in primitive land, he could also fly with the little vermilion bird, but he couldn't do it here. Because that broken bird has the law of flight, so it can fly. The Sword Spirit said with a smile, "If you want to fly, then find a way to practice the law of flight." However, the law of flight can be considered a very rare law. There is actually such a law. Chun Xiang was very surprised at this, because the law limits the flight speed, so there is the law power to break through the flight limit. The Sword Spirit said, "If you were to find the myriad Tao divine steel, you would have found out how difficult it is to obtain the law of flight, so many people chose not to fly." Chun Xiang actually wanted to go to the myriad Tao divine steel to take a look, but he was in a dangerous area now, so it was impossible for him to return. He had already walked for more than half a year on this road. Therefore, he could only brace himself and continue forward. According to the map, as long as we pass through the forest with Dragon Wolf, we would be able to reach a desert. Chun Xiang recalled the map. If they took a detour, they would definitely pass through that desert, and if I said through the forest faster, I would be able to catch up to them. Sing through the forest was the same as walking straight to the desert. If one took a detour, they would need to walk in a big circle to reach the desert. Several days had said, and Chun Xiang didn't discover anything within the forest. That elder Zhong had only entered the forest for a few days before meeting those dragon wolf and returning with heavy injuries. Could it be because I used counter-power stealth that I was not discovered by the dragon wolf? Chun Xiang felt that it was very possible that the dragon wolf could not detect him. This was a good thing for him. He wouldn't need to worry about encountering danger in this forest. Chun Xiang was carefully running in the forest. Because he could not fly, and because his shrinking step could more or less make a lot of noise, when he was running frantically, he made quite a few noises. At first, Chun Xiang was worried that he would attract Dragon Wolf. But after running for a few days, he did not discover anything. However, about 10 days after he entered the forest, he suddenly heard a wolf howl. Hearing the voice, Chun Xiang subconsciously jumped onto a nearby big tree and jumped up and down a few times. Not long after he climbed up the tree, he saw a wolf covered in golden dragon scales pounce at the spot where he was just standing. Is this the dragon wolf? Chun Xiang held his breath. When the dragon wolf came over, its aura was extremely terrifying. There was only one dragon wolf here. He was sniffing the smell on the ground. Chun Xiang gulped down his saliva. This dragon wolf was indeed very strong. Just its head alone was enough to frighten him, especially those terrifying waves of dragons. Although he was afraid, Chun Xiang wanted to kill the dragon wolf more. This dragon wolf was as big as a horse. Compared to many other savage beasts, this one was considered very small. However, the aura it exuded was extremely powerful, similar to that of a dragon's. The dragon wolf was very cautious. It caused him to be sure that his senses were not wrong. Just now, he had been running frantically here, but when he called for his comrades, he suddenly disappeared. Chun Xiang carefully took out the heavenly magic sword and then changed it into the 9-Shao divine bow. Senior Sword Spirit, I saw the dragon wolf. I have already turned the heavenly magic sword into a bow. Chun Xiang said to the Sword Spirit, "Can you always give me a bit of strength? I'm worried that my arrows will not be able to pierce through this guy's body." The Sword Spirit immediately sensed his surroundings. After discovering the dragon wolf, he exclaimed, "So this is the dragon wolf there's a very strong primal dragon way energy in your body. Primordial Tao of dragon energy. Chen Xiang felt that this should be something similar to the ancient dragon power, but the way they were addressed was different. This is the power of the original Tao, the power of the primordial ancestral dragon, in other words, the dragon path. Be it humans or beasts, they can all cultivate in the Tao of dragon. But the power of the dragon path is not an ordinary power of laws. Only the people from the original Tao have this power. It's especially powerful. The dragon wolf should be a wolf-type savage beast that has absorbed the primordial dragon's Tao energy. Going to the myriad Tao divine steel is unable to exchange for primordial Tao of dragon energy? Qin Xiang asked. You even have the power of the law of flight? No, if there was, original Tao would not have formed one of the three great Taos. And although he was the weakest and had a small number of disciples, neither the heavenly Tao nor the way of the sword dared to bully him. It can be seen how strong he is, and most of their power came from this primitive Tao power. If you want to pierce through this fellow's scales, you will need to condense an extremely strong D slaying sword force in order to break through his defense. This is not a difficult matter for you or me. The sword spirit said, All right, I'll condense the D slaughtering sword's power right now. Qin Xiang used the mental cultivation method from the D murdering sword techniques to condense the sword force. At this time, he could also feel the sword spirit releasing a very strong sword force, fusing with his and condensing an arrow. This guy shouted just now. He should be calling for his companions. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Chen Xiang immediately pulled the bow open and shot out an arrow, which pierced the dragon wolf's head. Done. Qin Xiang immediately went over, grabbed the dragon wolf's corpse, and threw it inside the Yao mountain villa. Then he hastily jumped away from the place he was at and arrived at a tree. He did not need much strength to kill a dragon wolf just now, which made him very excited. Senior, do you think we can continue? Qin Xiang asked. Although he had already gotten one, he felt that it was not enough. Up to you. Just be careful. The sword spirit said. Very quickly, 5 dragon wolf came over. All of them were relatively close, and were able to make it here in time. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and condensed 5 arrows from the 9 heavens' divine bow, each of which was aimed at the 5 dragon wolfess. The 5 dragon wolf seemed to know that their companions had died and started howling in anger. Just as they were howling, the 5 arrows from the 9 Xiaoji, Dibao shot out, piercing through the heads of the 5 dragon wolf. The dragon wolf instantly fell to the ground. Chen Xiang went over and put the dragon wolf's corpse away, then very carefully left the place. As long as he used the shrinking step to slowly walk, there would be no sound. When he used the counter power, not only did he become invisible, he also completely concealed his aura. As long as he did not encounter something like the heavenly spirit crow, he would not be discovered. Before Chen Xiang left, he encountered more than 10 dragon wolf, but he did not make a move. There were far more than 30 of them, or at the very least a few hundred. Therefore, he decided to stay away from this place to avoid any unexpected incidents that might cause him to fall into a predicament. This book came from the 17K section, so the first thing he did was to look at the original content. See 2686. See 2686 after entering the depths of the forest. Qin Xiang realized that there were not only dragon wolfess, but also dragons, lions, dragons, and tigers. They were all savage beasts which possessed the primordial dragon's Tao energy, and there were many of them. The dragon wolf he had encountered before was relatively weak. Originally, Qin Xiang wanted to kill a dragon ape, but the dragon ape was very strong. Even with his 9 heavens divine bow, he was unable to pierce through it, and his position was also detected by the dragon ape. If not for the fact that he was fast, he would definitely have been injured by the dragon ape. These savage beasts with the origin stones are truly terrifying. Chen Xiang was finally free from the dragon ape's chase and heaved a sigh of relief. He had been chased for an entire month. There are already many strong fellows hidden in the divine wasteland. This kind of savage beast is only the tip of the iceberg. I guess there must be something even more terrifying hidden in that myriad Tao mausoleum. The sword spirit said. Chen Xiang was currently resting and was chased continuously for a month. He was extremely tired, and there were a few times where he was almost hit by the dragon ape behind him. Not only is this guy powerful, he also possesses extremely high intelligence. That dragon ape in particular was actually able to detect me. After chasing me for so long, it wants to exhaust my stamina. When Chen Xiang thought about it again, he still had a lingering fear. Now he finally understood why the people from Fire Path and Sword Truth were so afraid of Dragon Wolf. They also made a wise decision to not pass through this forest. Otherwise, their entire group would have been killed by this kind of savage beast. If Chen Xiang did not have the counterpower, he would not dare approach. As he rested, he thought back to the map he had seen earlier. According to this speed, I can probably reach Myriad Tao Mausoleum in a year. I wonder where they got this map from, and whether they can really go to that Myriad Tao Mausoleum or not. Qin Xiang also did not ask Tai Shangjin, but he was certain that there were several maps on this map. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the heavenly Tao, the Tao of Fire, and the Tao of the Sword to share this map with each other. Thinking about it, Qin Xiang suddenly felt that someone had intentionally sent them a map. Could there be a trick to this? Chen Xiang told the sword spirit his thoughts. I'm not sure about that, but I know that there really are some things hidden within this region. This is what the sword Tao Father told me. The sword spirit said, just go to the location marked on the map. If there was really someone who gave them a map, they would definitely want to go to this level as well. However, the three great paths still chose to go to this place. So the upper echelons of the three great paths must know some things. Chen Xiang nodded, then entered the Yu Yao mountain villa to search for something inside a dragon wolf's body, but he couldn't find it. To think that these things do not have beast cores. Chen Xiang was very surprised. How come such a strong beast doesn't have an orb? Could it be that the flesh of these savage beasts are extremely powerful? Chen Xiang cut a piece of wolf meat and roasted it with flames. He roasted it for less than an hour, but the meat still looked raw, and he immediately strengthened the flame. 2 hours had said, and Chen Xiang had finally cooked this piece of meat. I can even concoct a batch of pills by roasting this piece of meat. After Chen Xiang took a bite of the wolf meat, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. It's very delicious. I thought the wolf meat was very hard and old, but I didn't expect it to be so tender after being roasted. Chen Xiang immediately took big bites. He regretted not roasting that much just now. After eating the wolf meat, his entire body felt warm, and a wave of heat flowed through his body, as if some kind of energy was drilling into his flesh. This savage beast meat really does contain a powerful energy. After eating it, I feel much more energetic. There are still signs of my body strengthening. Chen Xiang cut off a few pieces of the larger meat to roast. At this time, the sword spirit also ran out. You can eat too. Chen Xiang laughed, lured out by the sword spirit from Chen Xiang's words just now. I am also a human now, all right? I have already become a human, so I'm no different from a human now. The sword spirit took a piece of meat and placed it on top of Chen Xiang's chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace roasting it. After the roasting was done, they all began to gobble down the meat, praising the deliciousness of the meat. Could it be that even a savage beast with primordial Tao of dragon energy is so delicious? Chen Xiang actually felt full right now. It had been a long time since he had felt this way because of eating food. It's possible. You can hunt more of them. The sword spirit laughed and then entered the heavenly magic sword. Chen Xiang didn't dare do it now. He had almost been killed by the dragon ape earlier If he met someone stronger than the dragon ape, he would be in trouble. If he could fly, or use the power of SPAC to teleport, he would not be afraid. After eating the dragon wolf meat, Chun Xiang's stamina had more or less recovered, and he walked according to the map. He couldn't fly and couldn't use the power of SPAC either. Chun Xiang could only run around, and when he was tired, he would rest. After he rested, he would continue to run. Although it was boring, Chun Xiang could still endure it. Unknowingly, he had been running madly within this forest for almost half a year. Of the dragon wolf that he had hunted previously, only one was left. This forest is truly huge. There are even more powerful savage beasts here. And when I come back, I'm going to walk again. Chun Xiang had already walked out of the forest, and when he looked back from the desert, he sighed. In the past half-year, he had encountered many savage beasts, and they were the kind that absorbed the eternal dragon doubt energy. However, he didn't dare to provoke them. Those savage beasts were either numerous or extremely vigilant. When they sensed the slightest movement, they would either attack him immediately or flee without a trace. Some even spotted him in the distance, then immediately rushed over at extreme speed. We still have a long way to go. Chun Xiang walked for a little more than half a day until he could no longer see the forest behind him. The scorching sun was extremely hot. As he walked, it was as if he was in a furnace. Even though he was extremely strong in terms of cultivation and flames, he was drenched in sweat from head to toe. No way! What the hell is this place? Chun Xiang sat on top of the hot sand and felt a scorching heat coming from below, as if it was a red-hot piece of iron. As expected of one of the dangerous areas in the divine wasteland, it's scary indeed. I've never been here before, but you can run so far by yourself, you can be considered very outstanding. The sword spirit came out from the heavenly magic sword and looked around, exclaiming. Chun Xiang rested for a bit, then continued to rush forward. In the desert, the consumption was 10 times more than in the forest. 2 hours later, he suddenly stopped because he saw something in front of him. That is, the city walls. The city walls are very tall. Chun Xiang stared ahead and could not help but shout in alarm. Could it be Myriad Tao Mausoleum? This book came from 17K, so the first thing he did was to look at the original content. C. 2687. C. 2687 Chun Xiang was not sure if that was the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, because it was not the place where the map indicated the endpoint. There was still a long way to go until the endpoint. However, he still immediately flew over. As he got closer, he was sure that it was the city wall. He also saw the huge city gate. The city wall was over 100 zhang tall and was made out of the color of earth. It looked like it was made out of sand, and the huge black city gate was tightly shut. I wonder if there's anyone inside. Chun Xiang was not far from the city now. In order to quickly investigate the situation, he increased his speed. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the city. There was actually a small door here, and at the entrance stood 2 mighty guards in golden armor. Chun Xiang walked over and greeted them, but they stood there motionlessly, not even blinking or rolling their eyes, as though they were statues that did not move an inch. The door was very small. It was only enough for one person to pass through. Chun Xiang shouted a few times, but the 2 golden-armored guards did not react as he walked in. He had thought that he would have to give something to the city gate, but he did not think that he would have to give anything else to the city gate. There is actually a city here. After Chun Xiang walked in, he saw a wide street filled with shops on both sides. It was just like the cities that Chun Xiang often saw, where many people were shouting and doing business. Many people were bargaining, and groups of people were shopping around as they chatted. It looked to be a city of ordinary people, but Chun Xiang knew that the people inside were not ordinary. The moment he entered, he felt a strong aura pouncing on him. He saw that the people walking on the streets were all around 10th place of Daoji, D-Realm, and all of them were extremely powerful. What kind of city is this? Chun Xiong walked into the crowd and arrived in front of a stall. He asked a relatively idle and seemingly very good-natured old man about the matters inside. "Old grandpa, what kind of city is this?" "This is my first time coming to this city." Chun Xiong said. There were guards wearing gold armor at the entrance of the city, but other people were allowed to enter and exit, meaning that the city was not exclusive to outsiders. "This is the Myriad Tao City." "Lad, did you come here alone?" The old man laughed. "Yes, old grandpa. You are very free anyways. Can you tell me about what happened here?" Chun Xiong walked to the side of the old man and sat down. "Of course you can. I've met many people like you." The elder was selling a small statue which had the shapes of savage beasts carved on it. Zhang Xian didn't know what its uses were. The Myriad Tao City is very close to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. In these many years, many people came here for the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, but were unable to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. After a long time, this city was established, and all the experts of different paths were present. So it can be said that the strong are as common as the clouds here. The old man said. "Really?" Chun Xiong was surprised. He had heard that when the experts of the Great Way of the Buddha reached a certain level of strength, they would be summoned to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. If they were unable to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, then it was very possible that they were all in this place. Of course it's true. It's just that these experts usually don't come out very often. Unless something big happens, or the mausoleum has some movement, they will only appear. The old man said again. "That's right, Grandpa. Did a group of people come earlier?" Chun Xiong wanted to see if the people from Fire Dao and Sword Dao had entered. There are two batches. The first batch of people who came here heard that it's called the Heavenly Dao, and the second batch is called the Sword Dao or the Fire Dao. He was already old enough to still call others old fellows. From this, it could be seen how old those old fellows were. Chun Xiong was full of doubts in his heart. He felt that his speed was already fast, and it was not even taking shortcuts, but it was actually faster than fire and sword paths. This was because both the fire path and sword truth would encounter savage beasts along the way. Thus, their group would definitely be much slower in terms of speed. What method did those guys use to get here before me? Chun Xiong didn't understand. When did they come? Chun Xiong asked again. Yesterday, the Heavenly Dao just entered at noon. In the afternoon, it will be Fire Dao and Sword Dao. It actually came on the same day, which surprised Chun Xiong because the Heavenly Dao had appeared very early. He felt that the time the Heavenly Dao had come should be relatively normal. As for the path of fire and the path of the sword, they were clearly much faster, so those who were able to walk the path of fire arrived together. "Old Grandpa, how do we survive here?" Chun Xiong felt that he would definitely stay here for a period of time, and also asked him how he could muddle through it. This. But what is used here is not the low-grade Dao stones like yours. It is the Dao crystal S that are needed. The old man laughed. "So it's like that." Chun Xiong was glad that he did not earn too many spirit stones previously, otherwise he would be useless here. He felt that those sect heavyweights would definitely be very depressed because they all had a lot of Dao stones in their hands, but they were currently unable to use them. "Are the Dao stones useless here?" Chun Xiong asked again. He had some Dao stones on hand. He wanted to see if there were any Myriad Tao Divine Steel, so he could exchange it for some power of law to cultivate. "It's completely useless. The Myriad Tao Divine Steel here does not recognize any Dao stones." The old man said, "There's also the Myriad Tao's Divine Steel. Who's controlling it?" Chun Xiong wanted to ask before. Who controlled the Myriad Tao Divine Steel? I can't say for sure, but it's just being controlled by someone. As the old man spoke, he picked up the small statues of the barbarian beast and said, "There's a little power of law in these small toys. They are all extracted from the bodies of the original dragon beast." Chun Xiong understood a little about the primordial Tao of dragon energy. He had only eaten a few pieces of the dragon wolf's meat before, He never thought that he would be able to extract the primordial Tao of dragon energy from it. I thought you were selling some small stuff, old grandpa. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Then, old grandpa, you must also be an animal hunter. Qinxiang asked. I used to be one, but I'm old now. That's why I only take back the animal bones that others don't want and sell them bit by bit. It can maintain my life, the old man said. Qinxiang was glad he did not eat the last dragon wolf, because that would sell him for a Tao crystal. Old grandpa, I encountered a kind of dragon wolf before. If I were to kill a dragon wolf, I can probably sell it for a lot. Qinxiang asked again. The dragon wolf. They are relatively weaker dragon beast, which can be sold for around 5,000 Tao crystal, the old man said. After that, Qinxiang chatted with the old man for a while. The old man told Qinxiang where the heavenly Tao, sword Tao, fire Tao, and other people went, and they actually went to the vicinity of the myriad Tao's divine steel. Qinxiang immediately rushed over. At the same time, he asked along the way where he could sell dragon beastess, and he found it near the myriad Tao's divine steel. C. 2688. C. 2688. When Qinxiang arrived at the myriad Tao divine steel, he originally thought that it was very big. He didn't expect it to be even taller than he was and placed it in the middle of a plaza. However, the myriad Tao divine steel emitted 7 rays of white light. These 7 rays of light connected the 7 huge courtyards around the plaza. Those houses were powers that could extract the power of law from the myriad Tao divine steel, and were also powers that controlled the myriad Tao divine steel. Qinxiang arrived outside one of the houses. There was a very big hall there. The invisible devil is here. The invisible devil is here. The heavenly spirit crow shouted. There were roughly 200 people in the hall. Qinxiang glanced over and immediately saw that the people from the fire Tao, sword Tao had unfamiliar faces. It was obvious that they were from the heavenly Tao, which made them emit a very strong sense of hostility. Little brother Xin, you actually came here by yourself. Tai Shangjin anxiously walked over and laughed in surprise. Of course, my luck has always been very good. Qinxiang laughed. The fire-way middle-aged man brought his heavenly spirit crow and walked over. The big shots of the other sex also came over because they were against Qinxiang coming over. They told him to return. But Qinxiang still came in the end. Therefore, they thought that Qinxiang must be right behind them. I'm not following you guys. If you don't believe me, ask this crow. Qinxiang laughed. I'm not a crow, I'm a heavenly spirit crow. The heavenly spirit crow shouted. Qinxiang stuck out his tongue at the heavenly spirit crow. It's all because of you, UBASTARD, otherwise I would have been able to come here easily. The fire path middle-aged man snorted and said, Are you really not following behind us? Tai Shangjin's face darkened and said, In that kind of situation, is it possible for him to follow behind us, as well as your heavenly spirit crow? You should know why we came here so quickly. The heavyweights of the sects of the Tao of Fire and the Tao of the Sword said nothing. That's right, Senior Tai. How could you guys be so fast? I should be faster than you guys if I was to traverse the forest. Qinxiang was very curious about this. Halfway there, we found a primitive mythical array. After activating it, we were transported to the desert, and then we found the city. Tai Shangjin said, Everyone didn't think it was strange that Qinxiang was able to traverse the forest. It was because they had all seen Qinxiang's power that could only be seen by Heavenly Spirit Crow. Qinxiang, what are you doing here? Are you hunting Dragon Beast in exchange for Tao Crystal? Tai Shangjin said, We don't have any Tao Crystal S, so it's inconvenient to be here. Furthermore, the power of law here is pure, and there are also those rare powers of law. For example, the power of flight is more expensive. Tai Shangjin said, You guys wait here for me to hunt those dragon beast. Qinxiang looked at the people inside. He remembered that there were more than 1,000 of them, but there were not enough for 200, adding the people from the heavenly Tao. We are waiting for the dragon beast's information. Tai Shangjin nodded. He saw that Qin Xiang was looking at the number of people and sighed. Although we went around Dragon Wolf S, we also encountered many beasts on the way, causing heavy casualties. It's a good thing you didn't take the road in the forest, or else. None of you are left. Qin Xiang's words had moved everyone. It could be seen what Qin Xiang had encountered inside. I met many dragon beasts inside. The white-robed elder from the Tao of Alchemy walked over. Yes. One of them should be called the dragon ape, very powerful and nimble. I almost got killed because of that. There are countless dragon beasts in there, all in groups, and there are hundreds or thousands of them. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone shuddered. Even a normal group of barbaric beasts would be exhausted, but if it were Dragon Beast S, they would die even more miserably. Kid, you're still alive even after encountering the dragon ape. Your luck is pretty good. An old man suddenly walked over and said with a smile, "The dragon ape is indeed scary because it's quite close to humans. How many Tao Crystal S are the dragon apes worth?" Qin Xiang laughed. 200,000. The old man said, "So little." Qin Xiang curled his lips. Such a powerful fellow, only worth that much. Kid, did you just arrive at the Myriad Tao City? Here, a 10th stage Tai Tao realm expert has a monthly income of 5,000 Tao Crystal. If you can hunt a dragon ape every year, then you can live a carefree life. What about the dragon wolf? You guys take it. Qin Xiang asked. The old man was the manager here. He was also in charge of purchasing the dragon beast's corpse. This, usually around 4,000 or 5,000, depends on the completeness of the body. The old man said. Qin Xiang immediately took out a dragon wolf's corpse and placed it on the ground. This must be a dragon wolf. How much is it worth? Qin Xiang said. Qin Xiang was actually able to kill a dragon wolf. They were very clear on the strength of this thing, and Qin Xiang was only at the first level of the divine Tao realm with only one Tao vein. He actually had the strength to kill Dragon Wolf. The corpse is still considered complete, and something pierced through the head from the eye, causing the Dragon Wolf to die. It can be sold for 4,000 Tao Crystal, the old man said. He was also surprised. If it's so complete, why can't it be 5,000? Qin Xiang said. You don't understand, the eyes of Dragon Beast are more valuable, but you have destroyed one eye, so the price is a little lower. Of course, the integrity of your Dragon Wolf is also a little rare. The things that we met together were all beaten up, and we could only sell for 2,000 to 3,000. The old man said, Since this is the first time you've come here to sell, I'll give you 4,500. Sure deal, Qin Xiang said. Very quickly, Qin Xiang acquired 4,500 Tao Crystal. Tao Crystal and Tao Stones were the same. They were both the size of grains of rice, only they were S, H, I, plus New York, and much better than Tao Stones. The high-ranked members of the sects that followed the path of fire and the way of the sword were all extremely envious at this moment. Qin Xiang was actually the first to obtain a Tao Crystal. Elder Tai, when I came here earlier, I saw a hotel. I heard that there was dragon beast meat for sale inside. The dragon beast's meat is praiseworthy. I have already eaten it before. Qin Xiang laughed. Qin Xiang had actually even eaten dragon beast flesh before, which showed that he did not only have one. Little brother Shin, how did you hunt the dragon wolf? Tai Shangjin asked. If I hide and attack in the dark, I'll be able to get away easily. Qin Xiang said, Later on I tried attacking things like the dragon and lion dragon apes, but they were all unsuccessful. I even almost lost my life. It's good that you're still alive. The elder took a deep breath. Truly a brat who isn't afraid of death. With your little cultivation, you actually dare to sneak attack something like the dragon ape or dragon lion. Of course, it's already very rare for you to be able to hunt dragon wolf. This book came from 17K, so the first thing he did was to look at the original content. C 2689. C 2689. Senior Tai, let's go. Chun Xiang wanted to drag Tai Shangjin to have a drink, but Tai Shangjin rejected it. He shook his head. He wanted to keep it. Chun Xiang guessed that there were people from their 3 main roads in the city. They would definitely come to pick them up after a while. After all, their strength was considered quite good here. Chun Xiang already had a Tao crystal, and there was also the myriad Tao divine steel. He walked to the counter and asked, "Manager, how much is the power of law here?" Different law energies have different prices. The rarer law energies are, the more expensive they are. The manager said, "So it's like that. Then how much are the flight laws and the SPAC laws sold for?" Chun Xiang asked again. "This is too expensive. The flight and spatial laws are both part of the rare power of law. Only with 100 million Tao crystal can one buy law beads." The shopkeeper had just bought one of Chun Xiang's dragon wolf, but there were only a few thousand. So expensive. Chun Xiang's face was full of shock. After selling the dragon wolf, he had a new understanding of it. Actually, we don't earn much either. I also need to consume a large amount of Tao Crystal S to extract the power of law from the myriad Tao's divine steel, which would require me to use up more than 9,500 myriad Tao crystals. Furthermore, it will take a relatively long time, and we can even help to refine the purest power of law. The shopkeeper took out a law beads and said, "This is a fire rule beads. It's relatively cheaper. 1 myriad Tao crystal for 1. Chun Xiang now understood that there were very few Tao crystal in his possession. It was only enough for him to eat something here or stay in a hotel. Then how effective can this law beads be? Chun Xiang thought for a while, then asked. Law beads formed by the myriad Tao divine steel are usually used to cultivate rule Tao line. After obtaining the rule Tao line, the Tao power produced by the Tao Ji, diesel, can be converted into the power of law through the rule Tao line. Chun Xiang nodded his head, although he could use the power of SPAC. The laws of SPAC he grasped were not suitable for use here, so he could not use the power of SPAC. If you want to cultivate a rule Tao line, it usually requires 1,000 of them. The manager said, 100 pills. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. This required a lot of Tao crystal, especially rare principle. Cultivating rule Tao line. The most important thing was to cultivate well on the basic Tao channels. And now that Chun Xiang's basic Tao channels had been cultivated well, he needed law beads to cultivate on the second Tao vein. And the second rule Tao line needed to have a good foundation. Otherwise, he would not be able to condense third. In other words, he would be stuck at the Tao Ji, D stage for a long period of time. Actually, if one only uses normal law beads, it would still be very easy to cultivate. A majority of people start with the most normal law beads to refine and train their rule Tao line. This is all to quickly raise their cultivation to the Tai Tao realm, because the Tai Tao realm can gain even stronger strength. The shopkeeper said, in any case, we can change to cultivate other rule Tao line. Chun Xiang nodded. If he wanted to train spatial rule Tao line right now, he would need a lot of them. If he wanted to reach the Tai Tao realm quickly, he would definitely not do so. After all, if he cultivated the spirit of the Tao Ji, DS, he would be even stronger. What's the cheapest law beads? Chun Xiang asked. Water law beads, 3,001 pellet. The manager said, never thought that the difference between the two would be so huge. The cheapest law beads only had 3,000, and the most expensive one was only able to reach 100 million. Of course, I recommend that you get all the fire or thunder you can. This way, you can be more aggressive and stronger. Only then can you quickly earn Tao Crystal S, the manager said. Fire rule beads S were also worth 10,000, and 100 of them was equivalent to 100 myriad Tao crystals. Of course, this was also the way many people did things. Tai Shangjin walked over and said, Chun Xiang, it's more worthwhile for you to cultivate your rule Tao line here. If you were to use Tao stones in other places, it would take even longer. The shopkeeper said, "Of course, if it's those low, rank, myriad Tao divine steel, the law beads would need thousands upon thousands of beads to cultivate it. Even worse, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands." Tai Shangjin also nodded his head. "We only need 100 pills here. It will greatly shorten the time." "All right, looks like I have to go and earn the Tao crystal," Qin Xiang said. After greeting Tai Shangjin, he walked out. He was strolling outside to see if there was any pill shop here. If he could exchange his pills for Tao crystal, then he wouldn't have to take the risk to hunt them. Dragon beasts were very strong. Even though he had many methods, he still had to take risks, not to mention that he could not use spatial force right now. When he was chased by the dragon ape earlier, he had already felt the terror of dragon beasts. If not as a last resort, he did not want to face those strong dragon beasts. Qin Xiang only inquired about a little before he found out about the pill shop here. This made him very happy. However, when he arrived at the pill shop, he couldn't help but sigh. This pill shop was simply too deserted. "Old Granny, why is this medicine store so deserted? Are the pills here hard to sell?" Qin Xiang walked in and asked. The pill shop looked very simple and crude. The old granny sighed, "Isn't it so? The people here mainly cultivate rural Tao line. Many of the Tao crystal that they earn are used to buy law beads, to cultivate their rare principle, and the use of medicinal pellets is also only used for healing. Don't you have any healing pills here?" Qin Xiang asked. "No, we only have some strange pills here. They don't have much use. I'm just here to make them out of boredom. If you need any pills, you can go to the southern part of the city, near the city wall. There is a street there, mainly for selling pills." The old granny laughed. "Child, you have just arrived at Myriad Tao City, right?" Qin Xiang nodded. He did not know about this. Just as he was about to leave the shop, a woman in a red dress suddenly walked in. Her body exuded a faint fragrance, and a sweet smile hung on her face, revealing 2 enchanting dimples. Seeing Qin Xiang looking at her, the woman's jade-like face blushed. Then she lowered her head and spat. She was often looked at like that, so she was already used to it. But for some reason, when she was looked at by Qin Xiang, she couldn't help but blush. "Grandma, I'm back." The woman hurriedly walked to the counter and shouted, "How did you do? It seems that he has definitely PAS, said the examination." The old granny smiled benevolently. She could also see the peculiarity in her granddaughter. "I did PAS, but my sister doesn't think it's right for me to go to her for help yet." Seeing that Qin Xiang had not left, she asked, "Who is this?" "This lady. What test are you talking about?" "Alchemist, a assessment?" Qin Xiang smiled and asked. "No. It's just that it's very difficult to cultivate flowers and plants, and I can't learn alchemy. But elder sister learned very well. She's a rather famous alchemist in the city right now." The woman spoke of her elder sister with a face full of pride. "C. 2690. C. 2690, child. You seem to be very interested in refining pills? Are you also an alchemist?" The old granny asked with a smile. "Yes, my cultivation is very low. Killing dragon beasts to earn more Tao crystal is also dangerous. I just happen to know how to refine pills, so I came here to see if I can find a job to refine pills." Qin Xiang said. The red-dressed lady immediately looked at Qin Xiang with adoration. "You're really amazing. You look very young. And you can even learn alchemy." "I just know a little," Qin Xiang said humbly. "Sijing, why don't you take him to your sister's shop and ask if you can help him find a job?" The old granny said. "N." The girl called Sijing immediately nodded her head in agreement, then walked over to Qin Xiang's side. "My name is Qin Xiang, H-E-L, Lo Sijing." Qin Xiang laughed. Sijing flushed red and said in a low voice, "Amen." Qin Xiang followed her out of the shop and headed towards the southern city wall. Along the way, they chatted a lot, and Qin Xiang got to know her better. She was called Jiang Sijing, and her elder sister was called Jiang Sime. What made Qin Xiang surprised was that they were actually twins. Her elder sister looked exactly the same as her, but her personality was a little different. I'm so stupid. My sister can learn alchemy, but I can't. I only know how to grow plants. Jiang Sijing said in a low voice, feeling somewhat inferior to her. That's nothing. Many experts don't know how to refine pills, and everyone has their own strengths. If you know how to plant plants, then it means that you're very good at cultivating medicinal plants. This is also quite good. Qin Xiang laughed. Shen Xiang, you said that you are only at the first level of the Dao Ji. Oh, D-Realm, but you can refine pills. Truly amazing. My sister started refining pills when she was only at the Dao Ji. Oh, D stage, and only learned when she was at the third level of the Dao Ji. Oh, D stage. Now that she has the 10th place of Dao Ji. Oh, D-Realm. She has quite a bit of reputation. Jiang Sijing said. Then are you also at 10th place of Dao Ji? Oh, D-Realm? Chan Xiang asked. He did not expect these girls to be so powerful. Of course, I'm also at the 10th level. If my cultivation is Serpa S, said by my elder sister, I will die from laughter. Jiang Sijing stuck his tongue out at Qin Xiang and laughed. Very quickly, Qin Xiang and her arrived at a street near the city wall. There were indeed pill stores here, and the compet. One, Taiyan, was fierce. He and Jiang Sijing arrived at a small shop with 3 floors. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they heard the woman yell, "Those who don't buy medicinal pellets, F***CK off. Don't take all the C. R. AP, if you don't F***K off, this old lady will cut all of your eggs." Hearing that, Qin Xiang's legs could not help but H.I. plus verb because the woman's voice was also extremely cold. A large group of people rushed out. "Qin Xiang, you don't have to be afraid. That's my sister. She won't do anything to you." Jiang Sijing laughed softly. "Is she really your sister? Or twins?" Qin Xiang was startled. Jiang Sijing's personality was already good. She was gentle like water, like a lady from An. "Oh, Blee family and the one inside. All right." Qin Xiang nodded. After he followed Jiang Sijing in, he saw a lady dressed in gray standing behind the counter. Her hair was messy, with a big braid hanging on her chest, and her arms were crossed in front of her chest, her face cold. Her face was exactly the same as Jiang Sijing's, but her demeanor and attire were completely different. Qin Xiang had wanted to ask Jiang Sijing how he could differentiate between the two of them before, but there was no need to ask now. "Sijing, what are you doing back here? Didn't you say to go to Grandma's?" When Jiang Sime saw her sister, her expression softened, but when she saw Qin Xiang standing beside Jiang Sijing, her beautiful jade face immediately sunk and was covered in frost. "Elder sister, what happened just now? Why are you so angry?" Jiang Sijing hurriedly walked over, held her sister's arm, and stroked her sister's messy hair. "I'm so set off. A bunch of BASTARDS only know how to brag all day and not buy any pills. Yet there's still F***king making a bet here, causing this place to be extremely smelly." Jiang Sime walked out of the counter and stood in front of Qin Xiang. "Sijing, how did you end up with that stinking man? Didn't Big Sister tell you before that this kind of man doesn't have any good things, especially this kind of face?" Jiang Sime reprimanded. "Grandma told me to bring him to find you. He said that he's from Alchemist and wants to find a job here to earn Dao Crystal S." Jiang Sijing stood at the side. Towards Qin Xiang's actions of calm down, she was worried that Qin Xiang would be angry because of her sister's rude remarks. Qin Xiang was not angry. He had seen this kind of woman before. She was as violent as he was in the past. He knows how to refine pills? What cultivation level? No matter how I look at it, he is just a rule Dao line, so he shouldn't be at the first level of the Dao Ji. Oh, D stage, right? Jiang Sime walked around Qin Xiang and said, after all, it was her grandmother who had called him over, so she didn't dare to kick Qin Xiang out immediately. Can someone at the first level of the Dao Ji, D stage, concoct pills? Qin Xiang said. Did I say no? If you really know how to, then in my eyes you are much more useful than those smelly men from the 10th place of Dao Ji, D realm. Jiang Sime said. I can refine pills, but at the moment I only have control over the forging of low-grade pills. For example, Jinyuan Dao Dan. Qin Xiang said. Do you have a Jinyuan Dao Dan here? Of course there is. Give me a cauldron. As long as it can be refined, you will be mine. Jiang Sime patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and smiled domineeringly. Qin Xiang was a little speechless. This kind of woman was so much more brutal than Lang Yuan. Qin Xiang took out the chuangs. H-I plus G. D furnace S and the Jinyuan Dao Dan S medicinal ingredients. Follow me in and train in the secret room. Jiang Sime said. Don't worry, I won't send you up. Qin Xiang thought, if he was set on by such a woman, he would not lose two. Jiang Sijing followed her into a private room. She wanted to see if Qin Xiang could concoct pills. Although she and Qin Xiang had just met, she had a strange good impression of Qin Xiang. The most important thing was that Qin Xiang was good-looking, knew how to concoct pills, and he was easy to talk to. Qin Xiang sat on the ground and looked at the twins, who looked exactly the same but had very different personalities. Jiang Sime, Jiang Sijing. The beautiful scenery is exactly what this pair of twins wanted to name themselves. Qin Xiang thought in his heart. He was already very familiar with refining Jinyuan Dao Dan and could finish it in a very short period of time. With his current speed, he could finish it in 2 hours. Lovely. The moment Qin Xiang said these 2 words, Jiang Sime immediately shouted out, Just call me boss. Don't call me that soft-hearted BASTARD who sounds so unbefitting of a name. Boss, how's the business here? Qin Xiang suddenly wanted to laugh. Now he understood why Jiang Sime's character was like that. It was very possible that it was because of his name. C. 2691. C. 2691. What a fart! Jiang Sime said very straightforwardly. It's mainly because I don't have enough manpower only having pills every few days, and I'm busy myself over time. Even the regular customers will choose other shops. No wonder Jiang Sime asked Qin Xiang to stay. She was in need of people. You couldn't hire alchemists before? Qin Xiang asked again. The majority of people who can concoct pills are just some old guys. Are they willing to let a little girl like me order them around? If that old fellow did not keep his ancestor waiting, then he would have disappeared the next day. This kind of old man would not serve his ancestors. Jiang Sime said. She saw that Qin Xiang did not speak and said, Do you think it's because I have such a temper that I couldn't recruit alchemists? Right. I didn't say that. Qin Xiang immediately denied it. But you must have thought so. Jiang Sime replied, I won't beat you up even if I admit it. I'm clear about my temper. It's normal that you think so. But I want to tell you, I've never treated anyone who comes to work here unfairly. It's just that I don't want to raise a lord, and quite a few old people have come to work for me just to be a lord. That's understandable. Boss, you know how to refine pills at a young age, but when some old alchemists who have a similar level of alchemy came here, they put on airs and used their old age to show off, wanting to take advantage of us, right? Qin Xiang said. He could guess this kind of thing. Well said, as expected of youngsters. Their thoughts are the same. Jiang Sime nodded to Qin Xiang, agreeing with his words. If those old alchemists' alchemy skills are better than mine, I would be happy to treat them as my lords, because they can earn me a lot of Dao crystal. So what if they can? But unfortunately, they don't have the ability, and they still want to claim the throne in my hands. Jiang Sijing was worried that Qin Xiang would be angered to the point that he wanted to leave. But she didn't think that Qin Xiang would actually have so much to say to her sister that they could talk so much. Jiang Sime said, You should focus on refining the pill if you cannot, no matter how nice your words sound. Qin Xiang laughed. I am very familiar with Jinyuan Daodan. That is no problem. After all, you are my boss now, and I am familiar with you now. Elder sister, how many S are there that are as young as Qin Xiang? Jiang Sijing suddenly asked. Over a dozen of them, but those are real grandfathers. They're all B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. with oily heads and powdery faces like a woman. Not a single one of them is as pleasing to the eye as this brat. Jiang Ximei also found Qin Xiang to be more pleasing to the eye. Are their pill refining skills really that great? That status must be very high too. Even at such a young age, it's still hard to come by. Qin Xiang said, wasn't it their father who was awesome? Otherwise, they will just be a piece of SCU. Jiang Ximei was very unconvinced. Oh, right. How many Dao crystal can each be sold for? Not much. 25 Dao crystal, 1 pellet. Jiang Ximei said, I can refine 2 pellets per furnace and sell them for 50 Dao crystal. And the cost of the ingredients is 20 Dao crystal less, so I can earn 30 Dao crystal S per furnace. If you can only refine 1 pill, then you'll earn even less. So it's like that. Is the best seller here a Jinyuan Daodan? Qin Xiang had many of the Jinyuan Daodan's medicinal ingredients. It's quite easy to sell. I sell it for 20 pills per day, 10 batches per day. Jiang Ximei said, It's barely enough to maintain the rent of my shop. Of course, I will occasionally refine some high-level pellets. If I can sell it for a few hundred Dao crystal, then I will earn a lot of money. Although Jinyuan Daodan S were cheap, Qin Xiang felt that he would still earn a lot. Now that my sister is here to help me, I'll feel more relaxed in the future. Jiang Ximei said, Sister, it's all my fault. I'm useless and can't refine pills together with you. Jiang Sijing felt very ashamed. Silly girl, your naturally born Earth Rule Dao line was able to quickly grow medicinal herbs. This is already helping me greatly. There's no need to be ashamed. You are stronger than many stinking men. Jiang Ximei patted his little sister's head and smiled at her. He could tell that she loved her little sister a lot. Qin Xiang never thought that Jiang Sijing would actually have such power. In next to no time, 2 hours had passed. I've finished refining it. Qin Xiang stopped and let out a light breath. This was only an ordinary refinement, and to him it was extremely easy and didn't consume anything at all. It's only been 2 hours, not a bad speed. When Jiang Ximei opened Qin Xiang's pill furnace and saw that there were 4 Jinyuan Daodan inside, she was stunned into silence. Her heart was filled with shock, and her beautiful yet cold face was filled with disbelief. Boss, my level is still pretty good, right? Qin Xiang laughed. Very good. Jiang Ximei took a light breath and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Sijing also saw it, and she was so shocked that her mouth was wide open, unable to say a word. To be able to refine a strength Jinyuan Daodan, she must be stronger than her sister. Do you really only know how to refine such a pill? Jiang Ximei said, There's another type of pill, but I don't know what it's called. After consuming it, my Dao meridian will be strengthened. Qin Xiang said it was a pill concocted using that kind of hot little fruit. This kind of pill is not bad, but we'll sell the Jinyuan Daodan first, and ATCH the business back. Wait here, I'll go and get the ingredients for you. Jiang Ximei then left in a hurry. He had some things to discuss with her initially. Sijing, your sister is a good person. Qin Xiang laughed. She only sees you as strong. Otherwise she would not give face to others. However, you are truly very powerful. Even Big Sis appreciates you a lot. Jiang Sijing laughed. A little present for you. Qin Xiang Pa S, said the 4 Jinyuan Daodan S to Jiang Sijing. Thank you, Master Shen. Jiang Sijing saluted Qin Xiang and then started to laugh. Sijing, how's your power of the earth laws? Qin Xiang asked. Can make the plants grow faster. Qin Xiang was no stranger to this power. The most powerful one he had ever seen was the island his father was on, where the island spirit S resided. And among the heavenly D medicines, the high middle rank is easier to mature, while the king grade, heaven rank, and saint rank are much harder. Let alone the rarity itself, it still requires a few 100,000 years to mature. But people use all sorts of methods to shorten the time, to a few thousand years at the fastest, and I use the power of the earth laws to shorten it to a few years. So powerful! Chun Xiang exclaimed. He possessed the creation D spring, who knew how many years it could be shortened to. Can the power of the earth laws be obtained from the myriad Tao's divine steel? Sure, but it's very rare. It requires 200 million Tao, crystal, to condense one. I already had it since birth. Jiang Sijing laughed. You want me to help you get the medicinal ingredients? I can quickly finish the high, grade heavens path divine medicine for you. I have this kind of thing. I wonder how it compares with your power of the laws of the earth. Qin Xiang took out a bottle of World D spring. Jiang Sijing took it, opened the bottle and sniffed, then said, This smell is very familiar. Could it be that this is also the power of the laws of the earth? But it doesn't look like it. C. 2692. C. 2692 Jiang Sijing was extremely curious about Chen Xiang's World D spring, so the feeling that she was familiar with and unfamiliar with was very strange. Can this drink? I want to try it. Jiang Sijing said, Of course you can. Chun Xiang drank it a lot, and the taste was pretty good. Jiang Sijing immediately took a sip, and with furrowed brows, she refined the creation D spring. She wanted to see if it was different from her own power of the laws of the earth. Not long after, she discovered that this kind of power could actually fuse with her Earth Rule Tao line and strengthen her Earth Rule Tao line. What exactly is this thing? It can strengthen my Earth Rule Tao line. Jiang Sijing was very surprised. This is similar to the power of laws, but there is a problem because I can't directly absorb it to form a Rule Tao line, but it can be used to strengthen the power of laws in my Tao veins. Really? Qin Xiang did not expect it to turn out like this. He took out a quality and laughed. There are many of them. Take a look and see if you can use them to strengthen your Earth Rule Tao line. And thank you. Jiang Sijing initially thought that this type of spring was very precious. He never expected Chen Xiang to give her so much in one go. You're welcome. Chen Xiang also hoped that Jiang Sijing's powers of the ancient code of earth would strengthen as well. After Jiang Sijing received the spring water from Chen Xiang, he gulped down a lot of it and started cultivating inside the pill refining room. He didn't mind being alone with Qin Xiang at all. Chen Xiang also closed his eyes and separated a clone inside the Yao Mountain Villa to control the clone to cultivate the medicinal herbs. He was prepared to refine a large amount of Jinyuan Daodan. I wonder if I can still focus on refining pills quickly. If we go with the chuangs, H, I plus G, D furnace, we should be able to produce 4 Jinyuan Dao Dan in one furnace. Qin Xiang took out the chuangs, H, I plus G, D furnace, opened its lid and placed the medicinal ingredients inside. After that, he widened his eyes and looked at the medicinal ingredients in the furnace. As he willed it, 2 streams of fiery light shot out from his eyes. It was a type of intense flame that was generated through the 10 levels of laws and mysterious gate. In just an instant, those medicinal herbs melted and then gathered together, forming a ball of medicine crystal. Finally, they were split into 4 and gradually formed into a pill. Still a little too slow. Chun Xiang scratched his head, looking at the Jinyuan Daodan that had just formed in the pill furnace. His mental cultivation method was to release flames through his eyes and use his powerful spiritual sense and fire to help him concoct pills as he pleased. However, he was also thinking about how to refine the flames and spiritual sense to complement each other and refine the medicinal ingredients. In the past, he could condense a pill in an instant, But this Jinyuan Dao Dan was a natural Lao Dan. It was slightly more difficult than the pills he had encountered in the past. However, his current speed was extremely fast. The mental energy consumption is still great, but it doesn't matter. I just need to rest for a while. Chun Xiang only closed his eyes for a moment before recovering his spirit. If I were to use the Dewan refining method, the refining speed would be even faster. Chun Xiang suddenly had an impulse. He looked at the pill refining room and felt that it was too narrow, and Jiang Xijing was also here. Jiang Ximei came back with a lot of ingredients. They were all used to refine Jinyuan Dao Danes with over 100. Chun Xiang, let's talk about the benefits first. If you refine a batch of 4 Jinyuan Dao Dan, you'll be able to sell them for 100. And if you deduct the cost of the ingredients, you'll be able to earn 80 Dao Crystal. 80 Dao Crystal. You are 60. My sister and I are 20. Because this is my shop and my sister and I are in charge of sales and management, otherwise you would need a lot of time to sell your own Jinyuan Dao Dan, which is also very troublesome. Jiang Ximei said, "Towards such a distribution." Qin Xiang was rather surprised. He never thought that Jiang Ximei would give him so much. He had run a shop together before, and the promotion segment was indeed quite troublesome. Forging a batch of pills could earn him 60% of the profit, which made him think that it was pretty good. "Boss, did you buy these medicinal herbs?" Qin Xiang asked. "Yes, but now that the Jinyuan Dao Dan's ingredients are out of stock, so in the next period of time, the Jinyuan Dao Dan's price will probably rise, and when the time comes, we can distribute the goods from the new market. In short, I won't cheat you, because I'm not that kind of person." Jiang Ximei said very seriously, "Boss, I have a lot of Jinyuan Dao Dan S herbs. You don't have to buy them from others." Qin Xiang said, "How about this? I use my own ingredients to refine the Jinyuan Dao Dan and earn the Dao Crystal. I will 7, you 3, how about it?" "All right." Jiang Ximei nodded in agreement. Qin Xiang could tell at a glance that a person like Jiang Ximei would definitely not wait patiently to concoct pills, especially for someone who concocted pills all year round. Lang Yulan and Long Shuai were both people like that. If not as a last resort, they wouldn't bother to stay in the secret room all day. Now that Jiang Ximei was refining pills at the back, she would definitely go to the front desk to sell them. Of course, just selling Jinyuan Dao Dan S is not enough. Jiang Ximei said, "We are going to sell those pills with higher profits. It is a waste for you to use your time to refine cheaper Jinyuan Dao Dan. Right now, we are only at the initial stage. Once we earn enough Dao Crystal to buy some precious herbs for our sister to plant, we will be able to earn more." Qin Xiang laughed. "I agree. I'll start concocting the pills now. I'll split the 100 sets according to what you said just now. I'll use my own ingredients for the next 30%. "All right." Jiang Ximei looked at his sister and asked, "What is sister doing?" "She's cultivating. I gave her a type of divine spring to drink. She said that she can strengthen her own power of the laws of the earth, and then she can cultivate here. It won't be a problem." Qin Xiang said, "Yes, you start concocting pills for 3 days. I will go and advertise it now. After 3 days, I will sell the Jinyuan Dao Dan you refined." Jiang Ximei walked out of the pill refining room. "In 3 days, I should be able to refine 100 batches." Qin Xiang looked at the herbs. He could refine 4 batches in 2 hours. Refining 9 hours a day and resting 6 hours would allow me to refine 36 batches of pills. 3 days would be enough. Qin Xiang made a plan for a while, then began refining. Right now, he was using the mental cultivation method. His speed was extremely fast, and he would definitely be able to complete it faster than he had planned. Jiang Xijing did not have much to do now, so she cultivated here and was very serious about it. Even though it was very hot here, she did not say anything. Very quickly, 3 days had said, and Qin Xiang had already refined 100 batches of Jinyuan Dao Dan, for a total of 400 pills. D.A.M. I only got 1 myriad Tau crystal for 400 pills. Excluding 2,000 Tau crystal S, I only got 8,000, while I got 6,000. Qin Xiang felt that it wasn't worth it for him to earn this much after working so hard for 3 days. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, Jiang Xijing woke up from her cultivation and laughed. Qin Xiang, earning 6,000 Tao crystal in 3 days is already very easy. Those who go out to hunt dragon beast not only need to take risks, they also need to go with a small team. C. 2693. C. 2693 Jiang Xijing grew up here, and the speed at which she was earning Tao crystal was extremely fast, especially for a cultivator like Qin Xiang. You're really awesome. You managed to refine nearly 100 batches in 3 days. Although Jiang Xijing did not open her eyes when she was cultivating, she knew that Qin Xiang had used a unique pill refining technique. Flames shot out from her eyes as she refined the pill, and when she saw it, she was very surprised. When she saw Qin Xiang concocting 100 batches of pills in a row, she got used to it. Come, let's go look for your sister. Qin Xiang brought the refined Jinyuan Dao Dan and Jiang Xijing outside. How many have been refined? Jiang Ximei asked. At this time, she closed the shop's door, and now that the sky was about to brighten, she would open the door. The medicinal herbs that you gave me are all completed. Qin Xiang laughed. Is this for real? Jiang Ximei was startled. He immediately took the jade box and opened it. Taking a look, he took a deep breath. Awesome! Jiang Ximei could not help but exclaim in admiration, then nodded and smiled at Qin Xiang. It's really too wasteful of you to only refine Jinyuan Dao Dan with this kind of ability. Sis, Qin Xiang is qualified to be a big boss again, right? Jiang Xijing laughed. Of course. Many of the old pompous fellows on this street aren't even fit to carry shoes for him. Jiang Ximei said, then patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. I'll sell it later. You go and rest first. That's my room. Qin Xiang yawned and laughed. I'm not too tired right now. I need to finish refining the herbs in my hands. I'm also lacking Dao crystal. I want to quickly cultivate and produce more Rule Dao line. That's right. Your current cultivation level is still very low. You should hurry up and increase it. Jiang Ximei nodded. Qin Xiang returned to the pill refining room and unceasingly refined Jinyuan Dao Dan. He refined 4,000 pills in a month and used his own ingredients. He did not need to buy any of them, as he could get a lot of Dao crystal. 12 myriad Tao crystals. You have 84,000, and the rest are for me and my sister. Although Jiang Ximei did not get much, but she was happy. She could earn close to 20,000 every month. If they were to stay together, it would already be great if she had a few thousand. Qin Xiang couldn't help but admire Jiang Ximei. In just a day's time, she had sold all 4,000 Jinyuan Dao Dan. Previously, the Jinyuan Dao Dan was 25, but it had now risen to 30. Only 80,000 can be exchanged for 8 fire rule beads. Qin Xiang sighed. I need 100 pills right now. All right, 1 year is more or less enough. According to this, you will be able to cultivate up to the remaining Rule Dao line and step into the 10th place of Dao Ji. Oh, D-Realm in more than 10 years. Jiang Xijing said, Yeah, there are very few people here who can earn 8 myriad Tao crystals in a month. Of course, we have also gotten our attention now, because we have too many Jinyuan Dao Dan in our hands, but you don't have to worry. In Myriad Tao City, those fellows who are jealous of us will not do anything that goes too far. Jiang Ximei crossed her arms across her chest, her face ice cold. Boss, did something bad happen? Is it because of the Jinyuan Dao Dan? Seeing that, Qin Xiang asked. Don't worry, I will take care of this. Just don't worry about refining pills. Jiang Ximei patted Qin Xiang's face. Qin Xiang was just worried. Jiang Ximei was just a 10th place of Dao Ji. Oh, D-Realm, there were a lot of Tai Dao realm here, after all. This was a place where strength reigned supreme. Boss, try this. I've told you before, after you eat it, you can quickly solidify your Tao meridian. Qin Xiang said, I call this one a Gumai Dan. It's a high-quality heavenly pellet. It's just the kind that's better than the high-quality ones. And I'll try it. After Jiang Sime took the red pellet and swallowed it, his face slightly changed and was brimming with joy. The effects are pretty good. My 10th rule Tao line has always been in an unstable state, making it harder for me to enter the Tai Tao realm. This pill can help me solve this problem. Jiang Sime said, How much do you have left? I'd like to buy it from you. 500 Tao crystal pills. This is worth 500 Tao crystal. Qin Xiang was a little surprised because he felt that refining this kind of Gumai Dan was similar to refining Jinyuan Tao Danes. Of course, I definitely wouldn't be wrong. It's worth this price. Jiang Sime said, There's no need to be polite, I'll give it to you. Qin Xiang took out a dozen or so pills and handed them over, then said while grinning, Boss, if you step into the Tai Tao realm soon, I'll also be a bit more at ease. Bro, enough. Don't call me boss from now on, Call me beautiful. Jiang Sime smiled and replied. She liked to be straightforward. Hee, right? Stepping into the Tai Tao realm. I also need Jinyuan Tao Dan, right? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, my current Tao veins have been consolidated, but Jinyuan Tao Dan have always been insufficient, and I don't know how much I need to eat. After all, I need to condense spirit of the Tao Ji. Oh, DS now. Jiang Sijing said, seeing that their relations. Plus P was getting better, she was happy. Then I'll help you refine a kind of Jinyuan Tao Dan that should be able to help you all condense spirit of the Tao Ji. Oh, DS and step into the Tai Tao realm. Qin Xiang felt that Jinyuan Tao Dan that had been refined using crash method would have a better effect and would be helpful in breaking through. In the following 10 days, he refined 20 of the 7 crashes, and they were all of the highest quality. She gave it to Jiang Sime and Jiang Sijing, letting them eat it. Previously, when Jiang Sime ate the Gumai Dan, her rule Tao line had already been consolidated and could begin condensing spirit of the Tao Ji. Oh, DSS. The two sisters were in closed-doors cultivation in the same room, while Qin Xiang was in the pill cultivating room. I can start refining the Gumai Dan diligently now. I can refine 2 pellets per furnace and refine 5 batches in 2 hours. Refining 80 pellets in a day for 16 hours would be equivalent to refining the 4 myriad Tao S crystals. Qin Xiang calculated, even if he would give a bit to the twins, he was still very satisfied with this benefit. He currently did not plan to cultivate rare principle. That was a matter of the 10 billion Tao crystal. It would be fine if he could come back later when he had enough strength. This myriad Tao city was still very big, and he was only at the edge. If he were to stay in the center of this bustling area, it would be very easy for him to earn a large amount of Tao crystal. Flying rule Tao line, spatial rule Tao line, I must get them. Qin Xiang felt that without these two, he could not even use those methods of his. It could be said that it would be difficult to take even a single step. 10 days pas, said, and Qin Xiang refined 800 Gumai Dan. He gave them to Jiang Sime. Jiang Sime and Jiang Sijing also broke through to the Tai Tao realm, their strength increasing by a lot, especially Jiang Sijing, who was shockingly fast in maturing the medicinal ingredients, a lot faster than when Qin Xiang was using the World G.O.D. spring.